All right, I'd like to call this Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Mr. Odell. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
O God, source of all wisdom and strength, you've entrusted us with the duty to serve others. Grant us the grace to do so with clarity, courage, and peace. Holy Spirit, guide our thoughts and words. Bless all those present. We place this meeting in your hands, trusting in Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lowndes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Neese?
Here, ma'am.
Commissioner Odell?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Gettler?
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Slay?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Benner?
Yes, ma'am.
We have quorum.
All right. Do we have any announcements
Disclosure.
and disclosures?
I spoke with Peter Harrison on the Sentinel Grove Technology Park.
Mr. Chairman, I did the same.
All right.
Same here.
Same here, but I spoke to James Glasby.
All right.
Same with James as well.
All right. Any other disclosures?
I'll be abstaining from items C, E, F, G, and J.
All right. Seeing no more, do we have approval of the minutes from the September 25th meeting?
Move they approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Lowndes, second by Mr. Odell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, now is the time for public comments. This is a public hearing. If any member of the public wishes to address the board on any non-agenda item, now would be your time to come on up to the mic. Seeing none, we will close public comments and go into public hearing 9A.
Good evening, Chair Benner, members of the Commission, Corey Benton, Planning and Zoning Manager. For this evening's agenda, I did want to highlight the first two matters of public hearing, 9A and 9B, which have been continued from the last several Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. We do have additional requests filed by the applicant for this body to continue that in an additional month. Again, they are still working on resolving a longstanding access easement matter with the adjacent property owner and have not come to a resolution. So they're asking this body to continue it until the next posted meeting in November.
All right. So this is a public hearing. If any member of the public is here for agenda item 9A, please come on up to the mic. Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Odell?
motion to continue this item to the November 20th meeting.
Got a motion by Mr. Odell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lowndes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And 9B, same thing. This one is a public hearing. If there's any member of the public that wishes to address the board on item 9B, come on down. Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Odell?
motion to continue this item to the November 20th meeting.
And a second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Odell, second by Mr. Lowndes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, 9C.
Good evening again, Chair Benner, members of the Commission. We'll have Irene Settlemyer in just a few moments to present agenda item 9C, which is a petition to rezone property on the south side of Angle Road from the Agricultural Residential 1 or AR1 zoning district to the RM5 for residential multiple family 5 units per acre district.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is agenda item 9C, the requested rezoning of 6465 Angle Road from the Agricultural Residential 1 zoning district to the Residential Multiple Family 5 zoning district. This public hearing was properly noticed. It was continued, you may recall, from our meeting in September, Because it was continued to a date certain, the notice from that meeting sufficed for tonight's meeting. We received no comments from any members of the public in response to the notice. The property is just about 20 acres. It's on Angle Road, north of Orange Avenue, to the east of Kings Highway, depicted on the screen. Immediately to the east is the Eagle Bend property that has an approved preliminary development plan. On the west side of the property is land that was the subject of the KRE, Future Land Use Map Amendment. The 40 acres that are immediately adjacent to this subject property are in a specific use activity area that allows up to 15 dwelling units per acre. The future land use is residential urban, which allows up to 5 dwelling units an acre. As I just mentioned, the mixed future land use designation to the west for the KRE, up to 15 dwelling units an acre for the 40 acres in that corner. The requested zoning, the existing zoning is AR1, Agricultural Residential 1. That requires a minimum lot area of 1 acre and caps density at 1 dwelling unit per acre. The property is in the urban services boundary, so 1 dwelling unit per acre or minimum 1 acre lots. It's consistent, but may not be the most appropriate zoning. They've requested RM5, residential multiple family 5, which permits up to 5 dwelling units an acre. The RM5 zoning district permits detached single-family houses, duplexes, triplexes, multiple family apartment buildings at 5, up to a maximum of 5 dwelling units an acre. This is a conventional zoning district. There's no development proposal before us for this application. The property is located within the Jenkins Road area plan up in this corner here, where the proposed and expected Jenkins Road will be along the west side of the subject property. The RM5 zoning standards are set forth in front of us. There's one set of standards that apply to the proposed development of a multifamily project and different standards for a proposed single-family lot. So on a multifamily development, the minimum lot area is 10,000 square feet with a 100-foot minimum lot width and a 60-foot minimum lot frontage. Whereas for a single-family dwelling, a single-family lot, assuming public water and wastewater services, the minimum lot area is 8,000 square feet with a 75-foot minimum width and a 30-foot minimum frontage. The setbacks between multifamily and single-family are similar. Both require a 25-foot front setback and a 15-foot rear setback and a 20-foot side setback when you're located on a corner. Multifamily requires a 10-foot setback on the side. A single family requires 7.5 feet on the side. Both have a 35-foot maximum building height. The multifamily can cover up to 40% of the lot with buildings, and a single family dwelling or a single family lot is limited to 30% building coverage on the lot. So of course, this building coverage, that doesn't include driveways, sidewalks, swimming pools. Only things with a roof are included within the maximum building coverage. So there is belief that we need to increase the amount of housing available in St. Lucie County. I have a snapshot of some of the population changes that we've experienced. This was covered in a little more detail in the staff report, but between 1990 and 2020, we had a population increase of 119% over those 30 years. We gained 179,000 people. In the 4 years between 20 and 24, it's estimated that we gained a population of 107,000 people, almost 108,000 people in just 4 years. Now, most of this population growth is within the city limits of City of Port St. Lucie, but the county and the City of Fort Pierce have also experienced population growth, not to the magnitude of the City of Port St. Lucie. But the projected change going forward, you know, I find it, even though I've put this number in many staff reports, I was thinking, wow, 2050, that's only 25 years away. But we're expected to have an additional 54% of the current population by 2050. Looks like I didn't give the population for now. But anyway, the population has been growing. It's expected to grow. The state law governing local land use requires us to plan for the median projections. These are the median projections that come out of the Bureau of Economic Research out of the University of Florida. So again, the subject property is outlined here in red. These are some of the nearby residential properties that are either approved or proposed. The Serenoa PUD, Sunnyland Farms, and Sunnyland 44 are on tonight's agenda. The Pineapple Grove is at just about 2 dwelling units an acre. Eagle Bend is just under, real close, but just under 5 dwelling units an acre. And this is where I left my staff report at my desk. If you have questions about the specific densities, the proposal is for up to 5 dwelling units an acre is consistent and compatible with what has been approved in the area. These two here are in the City of Fort Pierce, but residential has been proposed. There's also been a fair amount of job growth in the area along the I-95 and Kings Highway corridor and Orange Avenue. This is just some of the larger, mostly light industrial, logistics, and warehousing type facilities. So there's been a lot of employment growth, or there's projected employment growth. So, you know, this is the KRE, Future Land Use Amendment, that provides for industrial development. These lots here have been, have a future land use to permit industrial development. So the staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the proposed rezoning from the Agricultural Residential 1 zoning district to the Residential Multiple Family 5 zoning district for these 20 acres be approved. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is here and has a presentation as well.
All right. Do we have any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Dell?
but looking at the traffic report here, it looks like the existing zoning has the potential to generate up to 1,064 daily trips. Can Angle Road handle that increase in the LOS?
Well, the detailed detailed traffic analysis takes place in the context of the site plan, and with all these developments in the area, get back to there will be roadway improvements required on Angle Road with Eagle Bend and with Pineapple Grove. Thank you. Right now, you know, there's some limited roadway infrastructure in the area, and that's one of the reasons that we have the Jenkins Road area plan in recognition of the need for a more robust roadway infrastructure.
Do we know when that Jenkins Road connector is going to happen? What completion date? Do you have a projected date?
for the Jenkins Road area plan?
Yes.
Well, it will be implemented and constructed as developments in the area move forward with final site plan approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Are we ready for the applicant? All right, applicant, come on down.
You know, may I say, Commissioner Odell, Chairman Benner, one of the things that in this area, you know, we are hopeful that there will be, as the employment develops, that some of the pressures on our transportation system will be lessened if people are living closer to workplaces. Not everybody is going to be able to live, you know, a half a mile from where they work. But with as this employment centers in the area develop, we are hopeful that some people will be able to have very short commutes and in that way reduce the pressure on our transportation system.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Leah. Oh, sorry.
All right. Good evening, Planning and Zoning Board Chair Benner. My name is Leah Heinzelman with Kotler and Hearing, here on behalf of the applicant for 6465 Angle Road. I want to start out by thanking Irene for her great presentation and overview of the site. What we're coming forward with tonight is a rezoning application that matches the existing land use for the parcel. To start off, our great team, our applicant as 6465 Angle LLC, Kotler and Hearing as the planners and landscape architects, Velcon as our civil engineers, McKenzie Engineering and Planning as our traffic engineers, and EW Consulting as our environmental planners. As shown earlier by staff, the project is located along Angle Road, just east of the intersection of Angle Road and North Kings Highway, located within the urban service boundary. The property is roughly 19.75 acres with an existing future land use of residential urban, allowing 5 dwelling units an acre, and an existing zoning of agriculture residential, allowing 1 unit an acre. We previously submitted this site for a land use amendment to MXD, allowing for 9 units an acre with a commercial outparcel. However, we are looking to only rezone to RM5 to match the existing land use for the property. Here you can see the existing future land use map with the surrounding parcels either with the same RU designation, the MXD designation, industrial, or TVC across the canal. The future land use is consistent with the other surrounding uses for 6465 Angle. Oops. The existing zoning shows our site as AR1 with the surrounding area to the east as PUD with a density allowance of 5 dwelling units an acre, and other AR1 and industrial heavy locations. The adjacent western properties, as shown on this mixed use activity area map, have specific use area designations. The site across from our parcel is designated as SU Res 15, allowing for up to 15 dwelling units an acre, RH, with a PUD designation. By changing this property to the RM5 residential multifamily, we'll be bringing the zoning to match the existing future land use of RU. By code, the RM5 designation has a minimum single-family lot size of 8,000 square feet and a 75-foot minimum width along the right-of-way. Of all the RM zonings, this has the lowest allowed density and again is consistent with the existing land use and surrounding sites. This also supports the county's objectives for controlled growth that is consistent with the comprehensive map and the future roadway expansion along Angle Road. This development at the time of plat or final site plan will be required to meet the county code for the RM5 designation. And again, the property is located within the urban service boundary where development that exceeds 2 dwelling units an acre is targeted by the county. A few other items to highlight in the area include the 2045 county plan to increase Jenkins Road to a 4-lane. This design is proposed to Angle Road through the Eagle Bend PUD and come directly adjacent to the west of our site. Florida's Department of Transportation also has plans to widen Kings Highway from the I-95 overpass to St. Lucie Boulevard. These roadway improvements will be a significant benefit to the parcels and the surrounding area and aid in the change of our proposed zoning. And again, the parcel is directly adjacent to the west of our site, allow for the RH land use and the specific use area designation. Finally, here's a look at some of the other proposed developments happening in the area, giving the consistency for a rezone to RM5 for a site that already has the existing land use as RU, allowing the 5 units and acre density. Other sites by 6465 have a mix of industrial, institutional, and high-density residential uses in the immediate surrounding areas. This will allow for long-term additional housing needs in the county for future residents to live near the commercial and industrial job hub. We agree with staff's recommendation for the Planning and Zoning Commission to move forward with a recommendation of approval to the BOCC for the amendment to the zoning atlas to RM5 for the subject site. I'll let Nick come up here.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks, staff. Irene and Corey. Board, thank you for hearing this tonight. My name's Nick Schroth. I'm with NAI South Coast. I'm also one of the founders of Almirada Beer Company. And what really led us to this parcel was back a couple years ago, we had upwards of 60, 70 employees at our facility there by the airport, and none of them actually live nearby. And our employees there range from folks that are putting beer in boxes to advertising people and salespeople and stuff. So it was interesting that there wasn't any real great housing options kind of right around those industrial parks, like the Airport Industrial Park, the Kings Highway Industrial Park. And I've been doing real estate in this area for 20 years, and I remember driving through those industrial parks when they were half empty and no tenants in half of the buildings and stuff. And so over the years, we've added much more tenant activity. Those parks are full, those spaces are robust, and we really haven't added any housing in that Kings Highway corridor. I know some of it's coming along Jenkins Road and Graham in the city of Fort Pierce. So really this was driven from a little bit more than just land speculation. It was something we saw a need for. Mr. Odell, to touch on your point, the FDOT project out there on Kings Highway, they've started acquiring land for that, and I'm under the impression that's a 2026 project. So I think we'll see that intersection of Kings and Angle, which everybody loves, at 5 p.m. Change quite a bit in the next couple of years. And when I look at this parcel and when I look at what we're doing, it'll be 2 or 3 years before we're actually building stuff, and what we're building is it's probably going to be there for 50 years. So kind of to Irene's point, when you start talking about 2050 plans and you see it on paper and you laugh because that's a lifetime away, those buildings are going to be there, and this plan that we're looking to get done in the next couple of years will still be there in 50 years. So when I see a plan for 4 lanes of Jenkins Road and I see a plan for 4 lanes of Angle Road, acre lots don't really fit that intersection. Again, like Leah said, we were trying to do a higher density project. We realized that's not really the flavor of the month, so we toned it back to RM5, probably a little more manageable for us anyway, and that's our goal there. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thanks. All right. Do we have any questions for the applicant? We're good. All right. So this is a public hearing. If there's any member of the public that would like to address the board on this agenda item, come on down. All right. Seeing nobody from the public, we will bring it back to the board for discussion and/or a motion. Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Sattelires, is the applicant going to be using any of Jenkins Road for its entrance and exit, or all of it going on Angle Road? Do we know that at this point?
We do not know at this point. I believe that because the lot is a lot longer than it is wide, that access to and from Jenkins may be easier. We're hopeful in going forward that there'll be some cross-access easements between abutting property owners to help preserve the capacity of the roadways and also make it safer. Fewer driveways makes for safer driving.
If the applicant's going to put all the pressure onto Angle Road, do they need to have turn lanes in and out to accommodate it? Angle Road's mighty narrow at this time.
It's somewhat premature to try to detail what kind of road improvements will be required for this particular property, because we don't even know how many units will be developed, and we don't know whether there's cross-access easements and that kind of thing. So I don't know whether someone else wants to weigh in, but I'm not comfortable weighing in on what road improvements might be needed.
My feeling is the time to talk about it before it happens.
Well, Corey, just to be clear, this is just a land use change. This is not a site plan. We don't know units, widths, we don't got heights, we don't got none of that stuff,
No,
so
it's just a zoning change.
it's just to
Yeah,
change it to
I
apply,
understand.
but, so we don't even have anything to go off of
Right,
on that.
okay.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, it's a rezoning. They're proposing to utilize the RU future land use designation. But to Commissioner Lowndes' inquiry, should the sole access for development on this parcel be via Angle Road in the short term before in advance of Jenkins Road connecting north to Angle Road, we would anticipate consideration of turn lanes. In my mind, it would be a westbound left turn in, but those turn lanes would not, in my mind, make it through the ultimate design plan for the extension of Jenkins Road in intersection with Angle, because the turn lanes that would eventually serve that intersection of Angle and Jenkins would most likely run in front of the northern property line of the site. So we would anticipate connectivity on Angle and Jenkins. On Angle would be probably as far east as possible, and then on Jenkins, presumably as far south as possible.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lowndes?
I move to approve.
Chair, I apologize, Sierra Forbes for the record. I believe it was Mr. Gettler who announced at the beginning that he would be abstaining from a few items. Per the terms of the statute, if an officer is going to abstain, they have to state the nature of their interest in the matter prior to the vote.
Okay.
Second.
I'm on the development team, so that's why I'm on.
You good?
Thank you.
All right.
You can proceed.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion to approve by Mr. Lowndes, we got a second by Mr. Odell. You're gonna call the roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lowndes?
Yes.
Commissioner Neese?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Odell?
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Slay?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Benner?
Yes, ma'am. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, and next up, 9D, Keene Road. And this one is quasi judicial. And again, this one's just a rezone. There's no site plan. There's nothing about traffic studies and stuff on this, right, Corey?
Yes, Chair Benner, this also is a rezoning proposed, not coupled with a preliminary development plan. And we'll have the PowerPoint up before you in just a few moments, but as noted in the staff report, this petition site is 10 acres, and the petition is to rezone it from the Agricultural 1 zoning district to the Industrial Light. The property is located within the Towns, Villages, and Countryside overlay, as well as the airport overlay. And we'll highlight the public notice that was conducted in order to facilitate this evening's public hearing, which was completed in the matter of newspaper ad in the local newspaper, mailed notice to owners of property within 500 feet, as well as a sign posted on the premises by the applicant. We apologize for the delay. And this is Don Arellano, Planner 2 with our team, making the presentation.
Thank you, Corey. Good evening, Chairman Benner and Planning and Zoning Commissioners. For the record, my name is Don Ariano. I'm a Planner 2 with the Planning and Development Services Department. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning atlas from AG1 Agricultural 1 to IL Industrial Light. Public notice has been provided in the form of a single-sided sign posted on the western Keene Road right-of-way. An ad has been published in the Tribune and an informational mailer sent to the neighbors within 500 feet from the boundary of the property line. The 10-acre property is located on the west side of Keene Road, approximately 1/10 of a mile south of St. Lucie Boulevard. The property is within the urban services boundary and the airport overlay. Excuse me. The existing future land use is TVC, towns, villages, and countryside. Properties immediately surrounding include dedicated right-of-way, an existing conservation easement to the east, and lands designated with the future land use TVC, towns, villages, and countryside to the west, IND industrial to the east, and MXD mixed use to the north. The current zoning for the 10-acre parcel is AG1, Agricultural 1. The surrounding properties have the AG Agricultural 1 designation to the south of the subject site, IL Industrial Light to the east, CG Commercial General and IL Industrial Light to the west, and a mix of CN Commercial Neighborhood, AR Agricultural Residential, and IL Industrial Light, as well as RVP RV Park to the north. The proposed zoning is IL Industrial Light. The industrial light, the purpose of this district is to provide and protect an environment suitable for light manufacturing, wholesale, and warehousing activities that do not impose undesirable noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects on the surrounding area, together with such other uses as may be necessary to and compatible with light industrial surroundings. The transferable development map, as you see here, figure 11.3 in chapter 11 of the comprehensive plan, the transferable development map reflects the underlying densities and intensities established by the pre-existing future land use map. Properties shall have the underlying potential densities and intensities limited by the TVC element. The site has access to sewer and water connections to the north along St. Lucie Boulevard. It is not located within 500 feet of wetlands deemed Category 1 or any other specially designated aquatic habitat. It does have access to the regional transportation network, and there is not anticipated degradation of surficial water quality. So properties not seeking to be located within 500 feet of any aquatic reserve or Category 1 wetlands. There is the notable conservation easement to the east of the property within 500 feet, but the environmental assessment that was provided deemed it as an old excavation site, and it is more likely to be a Category 2 wetland with no immediate connections to superficial water or stormwater. And so the petition conforms to the standards of review as set forth in Section 110603 of the St. Lucie County Land Development Code and is consistent with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan, goals, objectives, and policies. Staff recommends that this petition be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation of approval to amend the zoning on the subject site from AG1, Agricultural 1 to IL Industrial Light. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you much. We got any questions for staff? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. If there's any member of the public that wishes to address the board on this item, come on down. Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for discussion and/or a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Dell.
the applicant doesn't have a presentation, right?
No.
Okay. The applicant aware of the increase in the ad valorem taxes?
That hasn't been discussed at this time.
Okay, they should be aware of that. The other thing, the response to public notices.
I have not received any responses
Okay.
from the mailers.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, Mr. Gettler, you're recused on this one?
No, this one not.
I know. Okay. She was asking me. Just making sure. All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Gettler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Neese. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. Thank you much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next up, 9E Sunnyland Farms, PUD.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, we'll have Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with our team back up to present this proposed rezoning and preliminary plan unit development site plan.
Good evening again, Chair Benner, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Department. This is Sunnyland Farms Plan Unit Development, a request to amend the zoning atlas and approve a preliminary development plan. The meeting was properly noticed with an advertisement, the mailed notice, and the sign on the property. Additionally, the applicant organized a neighborhood meeting, which about 11 people attended. The property is located between I-95 and the Turnpike. It's an area that's a little bit isolated north of Orange Avenue, south of Angle Road, cut off by 95 and the Turnpike. There is substantial residential development occurring in the neighborhood. You can see the subject site outlined here in red. We have the Serenoa PUD is under review. Pineapple Grove is under development. The Morningside PUD is just finishing out, I think, the last phase over on the east side. Of course, we have existing neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, Golden Pond Manufactured Home Community, Avon Manor, I believe was platted in the early 80s. I forget, Jay Gardens on Orange Avenue. The future land use is residential suburban, which permits a maximum residential density of 2 dwelling units an acre, and the proposed site plan and rezoning is consistent with that. I want to, excuse me. There was one of my tables, page 14, table 2, was incorrect. I think I inadvertently included another project, and so some of the discussion of the properties on the east of this property is incorrect. If anybody wants me to go present the correct table, I'm glad to do so. So PUD, Plan Unit Development, is both the existing and the proposed zoning district. The Sunnyland Farms received approval of the preliminary development plan. Previously, it wasn't developed and that approval expired. So this rezoning, if it is approved, will reactivate the PUD zoning and accompany it with a valid site plan. It's quite a beautiful piece of property used now for grazing cattle. This is an excerpt from the applicant's environmental impact report showing wetlands on the site. This project is not impacting any wetlands on the site. This illustration from the environmental impact report shows the extent of the pine flatwoods, which is this number 411, and 321, which is the palmetto prairie. So most of the area, or a lot of the area, is native upland habitat. The area without the numbers is the improved pasture. As I mentioned, the site is currently landlocked. It's in an area that doesn't have a robust road network. So as part of this plan unit development is they will need to construct some roads. So proposed is Laid Back Way coming north from Orange Avenue, and Sunnyland Drive will go through the project and over through an adjacent project and connect with Old FFA Road to Angle Road. So that road will be of some service and use to other people in the area. This is the proposed site plan. It provides for 498 dwelling units. It has access, this is Sunnyland Drive, it has access to Laid Back Way, it will have access to Old FFA, and off of Sunnyland Drive, access to the north and access to the south. They are preserving what are they preserving? They are preserving 39 acres of open space, which is just about 44% of the overall site. The native upland habitat to be preserved is 15.4 acres over in this area. One of the noteworthy aspects of this proposal is the dedication or the reservation of almost 18 acres, 17.93 acres on the west for a future K-8 school. Two types of lots basically are being proposed, 75-foot wide lots, 75 by 125 and 65 by 115. So the 9,375 square feet or 7,775 square feet. It proposes a 22-foot front setback, which is what we require as a minimum for a driveway parking space, that it be 22 feet. It provides for a 15-foot setback for side-loaded garages or front porches. They'll still have to maintain the 22 feet. If you have a driveway, there needs to be room for a car to park, but they can pull up closer to the lot for front porches or side-loaded garages. 10-foot rear setback, 7.5-foot rear setback for pools and accessory structures. On the side, the basic side setback is 6 feet. It's 12 feet if you are on the corner, and 7.5 feet if you have a drainage easement in that side setback. So this is showing how the Sunnyland Farms preliminary development plan fits in with this is a conceptual plan of what the school site might look like, and the neighboring Sunnyland 44, which is the next item on the agenda, how they fit together. One of the things that's also noteworthy about Sunnyland Farms is the provision for connectivity for both pedestrians and vehicles between the sites, and that's something staff is always trying to encourage adjoining property owners to provide, because it increases flexibility and just overall good planning to have more connectivity, and we're real happy about that. This is the Sunnyland Drive. So staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the proposed rezoning from AR1, oops, that's not the right staff recommendation.
That's in the last presentation.
Staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the PUD zoning remain PUD zoning, and that the preliminary development plan be approved. And that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions. The applicants, the conditions of approval. Yes. Thank you, Corey. It's a good thing my boss is smart. So I got really thrown. I don't know how that happened at the last minute, that wrong recommendation. So staff is recommending certain conditions of approval. Some of these are conditions of approval relative to the roadway construction, which will be addressed in more detail when we're reviewing final site plans. And it will be, these roadway improvements will be the subject of developers agreements and proportionate fair share agreements and impact fee agreements between the applicant and the county, and will be spelled out in great detail. We're at the preliminary stage now, but I just want to note that we are recognizing and including as conditions that these roadways will need to be constructed. So Laid Back Way will be constructed as a 2-lane road with sidewalks and including right and left turn lanes on Laid Back Way at Orange Avenue and at Sunnyland Drive. Sunnyland Drive will be constructed from Laid Back Way to Old FFA Road with right turn lanes at certain intersections. Sunnyland Drive, the intent is that Sunnyland Drive will be conveyed to the county, and the county will own it and be responsible for maintenance once it's connected to the overall roadway network. And Old FFA Road will be constructed to Angle Road or to the southern access point of Serenoa PUD. Some other conditions of approval. Our landscaping code requires all single-family houses to have 1 tree per 2,500 square foot of lot area. In this case, the 9,300 square foot lots would be required to have 3.75 trees. So we're suggesting as a condition of approval that each of those lots must provide 4 trees. Staff is also suggesting that the side setbacks on the 75-foot wide lots be increased from 6 feet to 7.5 feet, and that the rear setback be increased from 10 feet to 15 feet. Whereas the rear setback for pools and accessory structures can remain at 7.5 feet as proposed by the applicant. So early on in the discussion with the applicant about the plan, we talked about and as we, over the last couple of years, has been a topic of conversation at the many planning and zoning commission meetings, that the lakes B, C, E, F, and G are entirely encircled by private lots. And so to activate the lots and transform them into a little more functional open space, staff is suggesting that the drainage easements could be widened and a path provided around part of the lakes. We're offering this to the Planning and Zoning Commission for your consideration and whether you may wish to recommend that, that the steps be taken to activate those lakes as functional open space. Similarly, one of the issues that's come up in many site plans is the T intersections and whether car lights and car traffic at T intersections ought to be coming right up to specific lots, or whether some small green spaces should be created at those T intersections, both for visual relief, but also for safety of people backing out of their driveways at T intersections, and for those homeowners to not have the traffic lights coming at their house. So a couple little illustrations. Here it would be at the end of T intersections, whether you might want to consider some green space. This has come up also in quite a few applications recently when you have such a long row of houses that, whether some little green spaces should be added to break up that long row. And as far as activating the lakes, whether these drainage easements could be widened and provide people at least a visual overview of the lakes. Maybe some of them could have little gazebos, a focal point for people to take a walk to. That's for your consideration. Now that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant has a presentation as well.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, if I may clarify, the proposed PUD plan presents 458 single-family lots.
How many?
458.
Mr. Chair.
458 lots. The density is just under 2 acres, right at two units per acre.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Doe?
Staff, could you tell us, please, a little bit about the neighborhood meeting results? I think 11 people you mentioned attended the neighborhood meeting.
Yes, about 11 people attended.
Yes, but what were the results?
One of the concerns.
Everybody happy, or?
There was, we can let the applicant address this. One of the the people who live along Old FFA Road, understandably, that road is a dead-end road right now, and they have very little traffic on it. So I think we heard from a few people that, thank you, they are not looking forward to Serenoa being developed. They are not looking forward to a road coming through their neighborhood, which is now a dead end.
Well, also understandably, it lacks a working traffic pattern, especially with the school site. Thank you.
Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Settlemeyer, who gives the right of way to expand Old FFA Road?
I'm having a hard time hearing tonight.
Me too.
Chair Benner, Commissioner Lowndes, the Serenoa Plan Unit development, which is to the northwest, a requirement of their development plan is dedication of right-of-way. I know it includes dedication of right-of-way on Angle Road, inclusive of Arterial A, which connects through that particular site. I don't particularly recall that they're committing to right-of-way dedication all the way down FFA. If they're not, that would indicate that we have at least the typical 70 to 80 feet of right-of-way, which accounts for open swale drainage, sidewalks, and adequate travel lanes. But that it would either be adequate right-of-way or commitment of right-of-way from that development that has preliminary approval to the
The
northwest.
people that live on Old FFA Road don't have to give up their right-of-way to make it, do they?
No, Commissioner, that's not
Okay. 'Cause
contemplated.
It's barely a one-lane road today. Ms. Settlemeyer, I'm concerned about two main things with this development. One is the amount of traffic that we're going to put on Angle Road at that point. Angle Road is barely wider than Old FFA Road at this time. We chip sealed Angle Road from FFA Road west to Godwin Road, but we haven't done squat to Angle Road from FFA to Joy Lane. Wait a minute, I ain't through yet. From that point east, Angle Road gets a little better. But I can't fathom putting that much traffic on Angle Road the way it is today. And I have heard nothing from anybody in staff about what we're going to do with Angle Road. My second concern is what I have harped on for years. I want to see more recreational area around these ponds and these lakes. If we're going to give them credit, I want some recreational area in it, or I ain't voting for it. Period.
I understand the concern about Angle Road, and we haven't delved into the details of what kind of improvements may be needed along Angle Road to accommodate Serenoa as well as the traffic from this project. The first road that will be constructed will be laid back way down to Orange Avenue, so that will be their initial and considered their primary access. By the time there is build out, it's anticipated that there'll need to be a traffic signal at Orange Avenue and laid back way. So most people will be taking that route is what the traffic distribution studies show. Improvements will be needed along, there's a lot of projects coming on. Pineapple Grove uses Angle Avenue, Eagle Bend further to the east is using Angle.
There's a lot of traffic on Angle Road from FFA Road to Johnson Road. A lot of traffic. More so than going the other way. I'm skeptical of how that's going to work. That's not on staff, it's on this development to make that right.
Question. So I know you said that the main layback's going to be in there. does any condition have to be put in there that laid back is like built first? Since FFA looks like the shorter, cheaper route to gain access to the
Right.
property, is there any condition that would be the main, like before any COs issued, that laid back way access and Sunnyland Road would be built first to prioritize that into the build instead of having construction mainly coming down FFA or anything like that? or-
Well, I didn't want to get into those specific details in the staff report or this presentation because we haven't sat down and actively negotiated this. When this was the subject of an agreement between the county and the developer previously, that's what it provided for. Laid back way, I don't know whether it was no building permits until laid back way is constructed, and they might be able to start site development activities, but we will have to look at a current traffic impact report and renegotiate those terms.
Have you ever been on the laid back way?
It doesn't really exist now.
Correct.
Right.
It's not as good as old FFA road.
It's going to be a newly constructed road.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, there was previously design plans for extension of that roadway meeting county standards, contemplation of a signalized intersection at Orange Avenue in the future when volumes warrant it. Those particular details would be prescribed as part of the PUD of what off-site improvements are required when prior to particular development levels. And as far as Angle Road's concerned, the Serenoa PUD does have obligations for paving portions of Angle Road, including improvements at that intersection at Old FFA, and either improving a portion of Old FFA or providing a proportionate fair share, which could then be part of a contribution with this development required to more or less facilitate paved connections from Angle Road south to Orange Avenue. So that's the link presented before you, and the details would be formulated as part of the PUD agreement or potentially a developer's agreement.
And that's all done at the staff level?
The Board of County Commissioners would weigh in on that. The prior Sunnyland Farms PUD that was approved, comparable density and layout, the Board of County Commissioners at that time was considering yielding some impact fee roadway credits for improvements to the roadway as displayed. Currently, staff has not been supportive of that allocation for the new project, but that would be part of the future negotiations or terms.
And there's nothing holding laid back way, like with right of way or easements or anything like that would hinder that being built?
So there's multiple forms of right-of-way. On the west side of Laid Back Way, it's a North St. Lucie River Water Control District drainage canal and right-of-way, and that abuts Morningside. Originally, Morningside was expected to have an emergency access at the far northeast side, but because of the canal, because Laid Back Way has not come to fruition with the prior approval almost 20 years ago, they rearranged their emergency access toward Orange. But that said, the county holds right-of-way for Laid Back Way due east of the canal, west of the J Garden subdivision. There's been more recently acquired right-of-way that would extend up toward the extension of where Rock Road swings back to the west. And that portion of Rock Road is currently on the right-of-way protection map from Orange north and then to the west through what's been planned for quite some time and still has active site plan approval, Flex Industrial Park to the east. So you'd have Rock Road being parallel, and eventually that industrial park would need to extend it west, essentially intersecting at Laid Back and Sunnyland.
And if there was commercial that was put into this area, it would be mainly down on Orange?
I think that there's a couple different considerations. Of course, there's just over 20 acres being earmarked for a future K-8 school site. Should that never come to fruition, there's some land there that could be contemplated. Typically, commercial space is looking for more traffic volumes adjacent. The Morningside PUD, for instance, has about a 3.5 acre out parcel right along Orange Avenue that was approved for future commercial neighborhood uses. Due to demand, I presume, that has not been developed. To the southwest of the Turnpike and Orange Avenue, this body has heard the approved conditional use permit for a farmer's market establishment that would operate 3 to 4 days a week. But most of the commercial space, as you noted, would be on Orange Avenue to the east. That large undeveloped piece of property east of Rock Road and west of Kings Highway, several acres there is within the commercial general zoning district and could become a large-scale grocery store commercial plaza. And to the south, we have the Kings Gate planned non-residential development where Wawa is located. There's an approved self-storage facility there and the contemplation of restaurant and other service uses.
So it wouldn't be crazy to assume that a lot of the traffic most likely will end up down laid back to Orange for travel more than Angle. Even though it has access to Angle, it seems like most of the traffic patterns are most likely go towards commercial, gas, groceries, interstates, right?
Chair Benner, I think in the short term that's very logical and likely. To the north of the site, depending upon when development occurs up in the TVC area, up at Indrio, Buc-ee's, even the prospects of a business park or airport connector due north of Angle. So at the far north side, where old FFA T's at Angle, there's technically a bridge crossing and a backdoor access to what was a long time ago a planned unit development to the north of the canal many years ago, probably around when I was born, but they're still trying to maintain youth. But with Arterial A that we've talked about, that would eventually have a connection from Glades Cutoff Road all the way up to and traverse Angle Road, there could be the prospects of a significant interchange and connection to the north that could drive people north and not necessarily east on Angle, but north of Angle with a future connection. So a lot depends on what is developed in the vicinity. Destinations, Fort Pierce Westwood Academy, if folks have high school students, chances are they'd want to head north to Angle, east over to the school, but the business and employment area, you would utilize State Road 68 or Orange Avenue. If you're heading to the Turnpike, same storyline.
Cool. Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Settlemeyer, Mr. Benton, Laid Back Road is not there now.
Correct.
Do we own?
It's dirt, essentially.
Does the county own the right-of-way supposedly for that piece right now?
Yes, Commissioner, we hold the right-of-way. It's more or less a dirt access. There are a couple homes. I think there's a pair of duplexes on the east side of Laid Back Way from many years ago in the J Garden subdivision. So there are a handful of residential driveways that would access Laid Back Way in the future once it's improved.
It's a dirt road now.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be a county road?
Yes, sir.
That's going to be interesting.
Through the negotiations, the Board of County Commissioners has the ability to seek private maintenance for a period of time. But once it connects, or should it connect, depending upon project approvals, the connectivity between Angle and Orange could allow some relief to Kings Highway, where Kings Highway is intended for freight, truck movements. We want to keep that industrial and commercial traffic to the east. But if there's a school site in here, it would be slower, quieter, more localized traffic.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Do you have the status on Serenoa and Pineapple Grove by chance? What's the status of those PUDs?
Chair Benner, Commissioner Fogarty, good evening. The Pineapple Grove PUD, which is 202 acres in size, approved for 404 single-family residential lots. That project is under active development. There's a plat in and I believe approved and for phase 1, soon to be recorded, if not already recorded. So they're well underway. That initial phase, that's all single-family lots. Serenoa has a final site plan in for the 319 single-family lots. When it was before the Planning and Zoning Commission, you may recall a split single-family detached and townhome community boasting roughly 558 units. That was reduced notably down to the 319. It's exclusively detached single-family lots up there at the northwest corner, and that final site plan, I imagine, would be acted upon by early January.
Okay. Mr. Chair, follow-up. Do you know if either of those, if any of them or both of them have, and you might not know the answer to this, have negotiated their improvements onto their portion of Engle Road?
The Pineapple Grove PUD will be installing turn lanes onto what will be a new extension of Rock Road. So when you look at Pineapple Groves,
Yes.
there's two parcels. There's a canal adjacent to the Rock Road right-of-way. Their main access will be via Rock Road, so they're improving that county roadway.
Okay.
Each of the pods or neighborhood communities will have two different connections off, and there will be both eastbound and westbound turn lanes. In order to facilitate, they'll have to mill, resurface, widen the asphalt, and so for that frontage, let's say for 350 to 400 feet, that'll all be resurfaced and redone. And then Serenoa has the obligation to pick up where the paved section turns into a chip sealed. They will have to pave the county standards through their western project entrance or boundary. So that would include toward the western extent of that blue shape.
Thank you.
And with turn lanes.
We ready for the applicant? If the applicant's got a presentation, come on down.
Good evening, members of the board. Brian Nolan with Lucido and Associates. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening, and also want to thank staff for all of their effort and hard work through this review process. Some of these slides may be repetitive given Irene's very in-depth staff report, so just bear with me on the location. I think we're all familiar with that. This is a zoom in of the site. See the relationship to Laid Back Way, Morningside, the Sunnyland 44 project that'll be in front of you soon, Golden Ponds, and then the terminus of Old FFA Road. The site does lie within the urban service boundary. We're actually within the Fort Pierce Utility Authority service area for water and sewer. And we do propose to connect to the lines. And along with that connection, we'll sign a standard annexation agreement that at such time this site becomes contiguous to the city, that we would annex. That's a voluntary annexation that's standard with their water sewer agreements. Oops, sorry. You can see the future land use of the site, the existing RS, future land use, all, I know Irene went through that, but all very similar densities. This is actually on the lower end at 2 units an acre of the densities that are in the area. Most of them are more in the upper 2s to upper 3 units an acre. You can see here the current zoning is PUD, and we're back here to re-entitle essentially what was approved back in 2005, 6, 7. Brief history. November of 2005, the plan received preliminary PUD approval. March of 2006, the rezoning and the final PUD was approved. March of 2007, we filed a major adjustment, and in 2008, a 12-month extension was granted. And then after that, we went into the doldrums of the housing crash, and the PUD site plan expired, which brings us here today. And we submitted this application almost right at a year ago, 3 years ago. The proposed zoning of PUD is consistent with the underlying future land use. The site overall is 229.5 acres, which works out to about 2 DUs an acre at 458 dwelling units. As Irene mentioned, we're proposing a dedication to the school district of 17.93 acres roughly for use as a future school site. As currently designed, we propose almost 89 acres of common open space, which is about 42% of the site area versus 35% required. We're also preserving 15.4 acres of the native upland habitat, which is about 17% of the site area versus the standard 15% required under the PUD guidelines. Also, a large portion of the native upland habitat will be co-located with that of the adjacent development that you will hear shortly. And, excuse me, we're preserving all 6 on-site wetlands. There is a 0.02 acre encroachment into a wetland buffer that was approved administratively for a wetland waiver. Again, 458 single-family lots. These lots are a bit larger than you typically see this day. They're 65 by 115 and 75 by 125. We have 2 gated access points on Sunnyland Drive. We have 50-foot internal rights-of-way with 5-foot sidewalks on each side of the road and 14-foot wide planting areas. From the back of the sidewalk, it includes a 10-foot landscape easement on the lots that will include appropriate dedication language on a future plat. 6 stormwater ponds totaling approximately 19.5 acres, or almost 20% of the site. And we have miles of internal trails and sidewalks throughout the preserve areas, and also tying in with the development to the north that you'll hear shortly. And we also have an amenity center with a pool, clubhouse, gym, tot lot, bus shelter, and a parking lot. You see here the preliminary development plan overlaid on a current site aerial. You can see the school site dedication up in the north, toward the northwest corner of the site, and all the wetland preserves and how those wetlands were intermixed into the plan and planned around and preserved. And then you can see the 2 pods, the one on the north side of Sunnyland Drive and the one on the south side of Sunnyland Drive, are gated access points directly off Sunnyland. Speaking to phasing, we have worked out the phasing, and this is a lot of detail at the preliminary level, but we have worked out the phasing. And as it relates to the traffic, we have our traffic engineer here, and he can speak to the roadway phasing and the trip thresholds and that sort of thing. And then we have a composite site plan rendering of this current item and the item that you'll have before you shortly, so you can see how the roads tie in, the preserves tie in, and there's also the school dedication site and how that lays between the 2 projects and the cross access. As staff pointed out, we have a pretty extensive roadway network that has to be implemented. As staff noted, this is kind of a fragmented area of the county. So we have laid back way extending up from Orange to Sunnyland Drive, and from there extending up Old FFA Road. We did have a neighborhood meeting. We actually combined the neighborhood meetings for this project and the next agenda item. Upwards of 250 plus notices were mailed, 35 of them specific for 44 for the adjacent project, or the adjacent future project, and 220 notices for this project. We noticed folks within 1,000 feet of the project boundaries, and we had 11 attendees and 9 sign-ins. We provided staff with a copy of the sign-in sheet and a copy of the noticed mailers in Excel format, and the public notice signs were erected on the site on or around October 6th. In summary, the project site lies within the urban service boundary. Services will be provided to the project commensurate with the development. Residential densities of similar, both at and above what is proposed here exist within a short quarter mile of the site. The PUD and its design provides for quite a bit of native upland habitat preservation and preservation of all the preserves and the common open space. Also with that, we have the set aside for the school site, for the future school. And this project, combined with other projects, will provide that missing linkage of roadway in this area to provide a north-south link between Orange Avenue and Engle Road in this area of the county. And we agree with staff's recommendation of approval. And we do thank staff again for all their hard work and effort. It's been quite a road. Chair Benner, Member Lowndes, I hear you loud and clear on the access to the lakes. And we will certainly look at that to allow kids to go out there, fish around the ponds, what have you. So we will certainly look into that.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Lowndes?
my thought is if we're going to give up sites on the lake, make it a recreational site so that people can enjoy it. Slope the banks so kids can swim and fish as you would in a recreational facility, not just a mowed yard or mowed piece of grass. Make it a good recreational facility for these, since you don't have much green space between all of your houses. Let's provide some areas where they can get out and get outside and do some recreation at, I would say, Pond C and B and the one south of it down on Colts Road. Maybe not all of them, but your larger ponds certainly could be utilized for some recreational areas.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
the results of the neighborhood meeting, please, where the 11 attended.
Excuse
The
me.
results of the meeting, the neighborhood meeting, where you had 11 attending.
I think as staff indicated, I think several of the neighbors are here, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think it was mainly traffic on Old FFA Road.
So in other words, that was a complaint, then it wasn't?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I don't believe we had. I'll let the neighbors speak for themselves,
you.
but I think it was overwhelmingly. I think it was the traffic on Old FFA Road.
I got a couple questions. Are you guys have that gas easement that runs through the property. You guys gonna run gas lines to the houses too for utilities or no?
FPUA has reached out to us many times. We are not at that level yet, so I don't know, but I know it's available.
Be nice. And it's gonna be gated, the single families?
Yes.
And,
It's set up for gates.
okay. And I know it's early and stuff, but like the renderings and stuff that you guys have where you have the clubhouse, if you guys do it that way, people to the south, are either, I mean, everybody jaywalks in Florida, they're gonna have to cross at the main cross there to get over, which they're probably not gonna do, or they're gonna have to cross the street right by a bend in the road, which could be, if there's kids or bikes doing that, right by a curve. Seems like if that clubhouse is more towards the actual entrance, you'd also have a place for people to park their cars if they have to use the bus. I mean, if there's a K through 8, they're all walking to school anyways, but like high schools and stuff like that, and if that was closer to the entrance, it seems like it would make more sense. And any of the roads around the school, if they're built, I know it's really early, but if they were like curbed and had trees planted so parent pickups weren't on the grass on the sides of the roads around schools and were queuing on school property, would be awesome. But I know curbing probably costs more money in roads, but, or at least trees on the sides of the road so the parents don't just pull in the grass and drive over sidewalks all the time.
I mean, we are providing landscape within the right-of-way that we control. And then I know, I don't want to speak to the future layout of the school site. I know Member Fogarty is here, but.
I can refer that. So we already take into consideration the queue line on that, and I know they put up our generic one, and usually our generic K8, we have 3 lines within that parking lot to be able to put, and we double stack. But our concentration here is more of the bike riding, and I know I'm probably gonna get hit for this, but golf carts. So we have been planning and designing our schools with the golf carts in mind. So to allow those parents to actually park near the school to be able to pick up their children with the golf carts.
I'm just comparing to like going out to Torino, everyone's parked on the sides of the roads or by the roundabouts, or you go to
Torino
to
is a
St. Lucie
different.
West off Crosstown, they pull over on the 20 or the 50-foot grass median over the sidewalk to drop their kid off at the fence and stuff, and it's like it's just really frustrating. Like it destroys our sidewalks. They're not made for cars and suburban SUVs.
Yes,
So, I
and
don't know,
we experience it
I just wanted
every
to say
day.
it on the record, the thoughts put into that, because
And-
like that sucks when they do that.
And I can tell you prior to, and I've only been in this job for about 3 years now, but prior to those decisions were made, but going forward, we're being a little bit more cognizant of that, is that people are bringing their children to and from school now more. And so we bring that into consideration, especially with the golf carts and especially with the parents. And that's why you see a bigger parking lot in the front of the school for parent queuing. And Western Grove, which is our K-8 that we're building now, we brought that into consideration.
All right, anything else for the applicant? All right, thank you much.
I would like, if I could, Chairman, is have our traffic engineer come up and just walk through those traffic improvements, and if the board would like. I know Member Lounge, you had asked about the traffic, so I would like to address, as best we can, address your concerns.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Luke Lambert with Traffic Mobility Consultants. The traffic impact analysis that was submitted with this project was reviewed by staff and the county's third-party consultant, Kimley Horn. Our assumptions were that 12% of traffic would travel north on Old FFA and then get to Angle Road. 12% of the total traffic equated to something like 35 trips. So that's our expectation. We expected 88% to head to the south to really utilize Sunnyland Drive and go down Laid Back Way. And that 88% of traffic that's heading in that direction, that's what really necessitates those turn lanes on both, Laid Back Way, Sunnyland Drive, and Orange Avenue. And that factor is also the determining factor for the future signalization of Orange Avenue at Laid Back Way. So those are the assumptions that were put forth in the traffic impact analysis and agreed upon with the county. So 30 trips.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lance.
do you anticipate most of your traffic using Laid Back Lane or Old FFA Road through the other development?
We think that 88% of that traffic would head down Laid Back Way.
80%?
88%.
88% is going to go to Orange Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Even if they want to go to Vero Beach?
So I just did a quick calculation from Old FFA east on Angle Road, south to Orange to get to the interstate. It's 3.5 miles. It's 3.2 miles when Sunnyland Drive and Laid Back Way would be constructed. So it would be a shorter route for the individuals on Old FFA.
Good luck to you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Running through real quick, just so we're all on the same page, because I think there was talk about what is going to be built before what homes. In the conclusion section of the traffic impact analysis that was reviewed and approved by your third-party consultant, the project would have to construct the intersection at Orange Avenue and Laid Back Way with a southbound left turn lane, a southbound right turn lane, an eastbound left turn lane, and a westbound right turn lane. The proposed intersection would be completed before the issuance of the first CO. Laid Back Way would be extended north to Sunnyland Drive, and that proposed roadway improvement would also be constructed before issuance of the first CO. And then improvements to Old FFA Road and Sunnyland Drive north to the intersection of Angle would be done in phase 3 of the development, or at about the 156th unit. And then the signalization of Orange Avenue and Laid Back Way would be done at build out. So again, a little bit more detail than we typically get into at the preliminary stage, but it is in the record. So I just want to make sure, Member Lowndes, members of the board, that those questions are adequately addressed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Benton.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, and I did want to make note, I believe Mr. Lambert's statement of traffic volumes, those particular figures would most likely indicate peak hour trips, the quantity that he referenced.
Ms. Lowndes.
Ms. Sattermeyer, Mr. Benton, can the conditions include the fact that the applicant has stated that they would consider or would do some recreational areas on the 3 lakes that we mentioned?
Absolutely,
So
Commissioner.
that it's part of the record that that will happen?
It certainly can be memorialized as part of a motion.
Thank you, sir.
All right. If that's all, this is a public hearing. Any member of the public that would like to address the board, come on up. Just make sure you state your name and address for the record. Please make sure all comments are at the board. Do not turn around and talk to the applicant. Everything is recorded and on TV, so we need you into the mic. And that's it. You're up.
Heather Buxton. I live at 1420 Old FFA Road. We're right on the end. Lived there all my life. My grandparents were the first ones down that street back in like 70, 71. When people come down that road and I don't hear a car go back, I look out because typically nobody should be sitting down a dead-end road unless they're up to no good. So what's going to happen if that road is opened? I will never sleep. That's going to ruin everybody's comfort of living out there, primarily us, being at the end, me and my mom, and my daughter, I'm raising there as well. So it's, multiple generations that have been on that dwelling of 4 acres. Nobody down the road wants it. A lot of people aren't able to make the meetings because they're older people. Everybody's lived out there for 10 years plus. I love the neighborhood, but however, who wants to drive down passing older mobile homes to go to a $300,000 home or to a school? What about the flooding of the drainage? Like George had mentioned, or Edward had mentioned, the road is not wide enough for 2 vehicles. So we're going to have to endure all that aggravation and our comfort of living to appease the developers when there's got to be another alternate route. Rock Road has not been mentioned of going through. Take Rock Road all the way down, hang a left to the west, it'll butt right into that property. They just have to pass by the jailhouse. You don't live out in the country for convenience. I'm content with going long ways around if I have to. I could care less about a shorter way. I'm about ready to start doing that on Kings Highway, go out north FFA. The county can't maintain the roads they have now. You got speeders that go down north FFA. Look at the sheriff's things that are always out there every now and then. We don't want to have to deal with that. We got autistic children that live down there. They don't adapt to change well.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good evening. How y'all doing? I'm George Calderon, 1732 Old FFA Road. I got questions about this phase 3, which is the construction of Old FFA Road. We have a narrow road already. Our drain system is the ditch, which is on our, I would say on our west side going north. On the east side, you have trailer homes, which is, the road is right there with their mailboxes. So if you're trying to extend this road, because the road is already narrow, it's enough for one car already. I have an autistic son. He runs in the middle of the road, and that's why we moved out west. That's why I moved out west, away from the city so he can have a peace and be, try to be a little normal child. So when he hears things like honking horns, he'll run. So he'll run to the road. And majority of people now are on their phones. So you're not paying attention 50% of the time. And what the gentleman stated, he said 88% are going to take Layback Road versus the other 12 going to Old FFA Road to get the V-Road. I kind of highly doubt that. And my main concern is about that road. How are you going to extend it? There's no room to extend that road. You're going to cut into these people's property, or you're going to cut into our drain system. That's my fear. And I'm not the only person with the autistic child on that road. You have her, and I look out for my neighbors, which are elderly people. You know, I cut their trees free of charge. You know, I take care of, we're a family on that road. So we look out for each other. And when things like that come in play, which is our family, it's already a small road, sir. And how would you feel? You know, you're in that neighborhood out there, you know, with your child. You've been in this new complex out there. You're afraid to even watch TV and not knowing your son is going to run out and get hit by somebody. And how can you explain that to a parent? It's all about the money nowadays, I understand, but these autistic kids are kids, man. They don't know no better. And I'm not the only parent on that road that has an autistic child. My neighbor has one. The young lady just left up here, her niece is autistic. You know, we all look out for each other, man. And we love each other. And we don't want to, you know, come across a situation like that. That's something you can't explain to a parent, man. The road is only so big. One car barely fits on that road. Our drain system is on one side, which is the canal, and the neighbor's mailboxes is right there. So how are you gonna reconstruct on this phase 3 old FFA road? Because majority of these people are gonna take the short route to get to Vero Beach, and that's point blank. There's no way around it. You're not gonna take Orange Avenue, go all the way Kings Highway to get around. That's a no-brainer. Nobody's gonna, I'm sorry.
That's all right. All right.
Get all emotional, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
Hello. I am Robin Rocafuerte, Rocafuerte. I live at 1750 Old FFA Road. We would not like it touched or opened up. As George just stated, we look out for each other. Currently, they are doing construction off of Johnston Road and have temporary traffic lights, and they're just waiting for somebody to get killed right now while this construction's going on. So far, everybody doesn't respect the light. This is on Angle Road, and the traffic isn't even, once they start building these developments, there's not going to be enough for the employees doing the construction to travel on Angle Road. This is where we live. We don't want it touched. If they can access it another way, as George stated, there's autistic kids in the neighborhood. Our one neighbor has several autistic children that she cares for and is currently recovering from a broken back. So she'd be here as well, but she hasn't been able to do that. We look out for each other, and I just can't see all these, we're being surrounded by developments and them not widening the roads first. Please don't do this. I thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marsha D. Williams. I stay at 1616 OFFA Road. I like to identify myself a little bit. I'm a mental health therapist, I'm a teacher, and also I have an autistic son. So I just want to point out a couple of things. On 1616 OFFA Road, like they stated, we are a knit-type family. We all know each other. There's probably 15 houses on that road. I would say 4 houses, if I'm not mistaken, and the rest of them is trailer homes. So when you first come into OFFA Road, you have all the trailers that sits on your left-hand side if you're coming down. Like we said, expanding the roadway, how, where? Because if you do expand the road, now you're coming into the trailer park houses. Also, too, like they stated with autistic kids, it's probably 4 or 5 autistic kids on there. I have an autistic child myself, and I've been on OFFA Road probably 14 years. I had my son after I stayed on OFFA Road. But when people do go out to look for homes, when they do have autistic kids, they look for probably the development as let's say like the roadway, let's say like ponds and stuff like that. And when you expand this road to make this road bigger for, like he said, the autistic kids, they're flight risks, they're runaways. And we all know a lot of autistic kids run away from home. If you guys notice in the news almost every other day, we always hear stories how kids either going into these ponds that they're trying to create, or they going into the roads and they're getting hit. I know for myself, my child, he does runs away. Well, not runs away, but he runs away from the home. Because like we said, we all are gated, so my son will actually go to the neighbor's house and stuff like that because he's familiar with his neighbors. So I just fear one day I'm coming out or I'm waking up or somebody coming to get me telling me that my son just got hit by a car, a bus, because you guys are trying to create schools. You guys are trying to create these different housing developments. Also, I want to state too, if you go on Jenkins Road, you have Celebration Homes, and then you also have another housing development, I think, from Ryan's Home. All these developments have two ways in, but they're on the major roads. I'm not understanding why Ryan Homes won't create a development coming in straight off of Anger Road. Keep it coming in, going out on Anger Road. Then you have Sunny Farms. I do apologize that. Why can't Sunny Farms also create a coming in and a entrance and an exit off of Main Road? Then also I want to state too, you have old FFA Road, you have new FFA Road. If you're coming off of Orange Avenue, old FFA Road and new FFA Road, not even 2 minutes away from each other. Then coming from old FFA Road, coming to new FFA Road off of Angle Road, that's like 5 minutes away. Why can they not use them roads to get back and forth versus trying to make a new road off of old FFA Road to create traffic? Like we stated, a school, different housing developments, that's a lot of traffic that's going to be going on one road. This old FFA Road from Anger Road to Orange Avenue Road, not even a mile away from each other. So that's going to be a lot of traffic on that one road. Now, we were saying we're going to extend Orange Avenue from Orange Avenue to Anger Road all the way to like 95 off of Indrio. That would make sense because it's a longer stretch for cars to go back and forth. But you guys are not even trying to create that. But then you have Johnson Road, which is that deadly curve. We have a lot of car accidents that happens over there. People are going into the ditch because one, it's dark over that way, and a lot of traffic comes from off of Anger Road now to get to Johnson Road. And like they were stating on Anger Road, now we have this little traffic light. It is like 30 to 40 minutes when it's a backup. So if it's an accident on 95, they have to come off of 95 to come up Orange Avenue, to come up New FFA Road, to get to Anger Road, and it's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes sitting there. Then also with Kings Highway Road, to get to Anger Road. Now because of that hurricane and that tornado, that light there, that takes dang near like 10 to 20 minutes to get from our house to get to that road now. So you're saying creating all these developments, these housing developments, which Pineapple Grove is already being developed. Now you're talking about Golden Ponds, then you're talking about our road, then you're talking about the Ryan Homes Road, then you're trying to take Sunny Farms and create all this traffic off these small roads to get from one area to another. We also have to remember, these roads are not even a mile apart from each other. I'm not even going to say a mile because it's not that big of a road. So I'm not understanding why they can't just take off of major roads, Anger Road, Orange Avenue Road.
We got to let everybody speak, though,
Okay.
but we appreciate it.
My name is Cynthia Adams. I live at 25765 Orange Avenue. I'm not even here for this tonight, but I do live on Orange Avenue. And when I heard 80% of that traffic from that development is going to be using Orange Avenue, I am shocked. I am already just overwhelmed by the amount of traffic that Orange Avenue has on it. It has been shut down numerous times in the past year because of accidents. It is a cluster taking Orange Avenue during peak traffic times, and you've approved a lot of stuff out that way, and there's no improvements to Orange Avenue lately, and I just don't see how we can take that traffic. I travel it almost every single day, so I want you to take the traffic issue on Orange Avenue into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public on this agenda item? Seeing none, we will close the public comment and come back to the board for discussion. and/or a motion?
Awesome.
Mr. Slay.
So, I live within a mile of Laid Back Way. I'm just on the other side of the turnpike, and I can tell you that traveling Orange Avenue in the morning is horrible. We already have all the traffic stops with Morningside, all the bus stops there in the morning. There's times where it's backed up to the overpass, and then now we're going to add a traffic light within, what, a quarter mile of that at the most. I haven't been a fan of any of these PUDs out west of town. I haven't approved or said yes to any of them. I won't be saying yes to this one either. I just think there comes a time where it's just too much is too much, and right now we just got too much going on out there. And you have to live in it to understand the effect of it. And it already sucks driving down Orange Avenue. Super dangerous. A lot of stuff's happening out there. And I mean, the amount of accidents that we have on Orange Avenue is ridiculous already. And that's not just locally where we're at, but it's all the way out Orange Avenue. It's just a dangerous road altogether. And, you know, if we're talking 88% of this development's going to pour out on the Orange Avenue into a place that's probably already the most traffic area of Orange Avenue, I just don't see it, man. It doesn't, I mean, I understand good growth, the plan's cool, you know, it meets criteria, but for me, it's just too much. So it's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dell.
One of our goals at this board is to maintain the quality of life for the residents who are already living here and have been living here. Obviously, this lacks a safe working traffic pattern. It's a little bit too dense. Not a little bit, it's very dense. It lacks continuity with the neighborhood. Therefore, a motion to deny.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to deny by Mr. Odell. We have a second by Mr. Neese. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lowndes?
Yes, ma'am, to deny.
Commissioner Neese?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Odell?
Yes to deny.
Vice Chair Slay?
Yes to deny.
Chair Benner?
Yes to deny. Mr. Gettler needs to say why he recused himself.
I'm on the development team.
All right, we are just a recommending board, so whatever we do just is a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. It is not a hard approval, yes or no, so it's just a recommendation. This will go in front of the county commissioners still as an agenda item, so make sure you guys show up to that meeting as well. I'm sure you guys will be noticed on it. So that's that agenda item. People want to go to 9F.
Okay. Good evening. Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is an application to amend the future land use map and the zoning atlas, along with a preliminary development plan. So while I'm going to, because the facts are so similar and of course the land is the same land, I'm going to make one presentation that covers both the future land use map amendment and the zoning atlas change. But the board, the Planning and Zoning Commission should take 2 separate actions, one on the future land use map and one on the zoning atlas and preliminary development plan. The meeting was properly noticed with an advertisement in the newspaper, a mailed notice to all owners of property within 500 feet, and a sign posted on the property, and as was discussed, a meeting to which all property owners within 1,000 feet was organized by the applicant. The property is just south of Angle Road, north of Orange Avenue, between the Florida Turnpike and I-95. There are nearby residential neighborhoods I will review the density that has been approved or is pending for some of these properties. So Pineapple Grove has the RS2 future land use designation, and it has an approved development with 1.99 dwelling units per acre. Jay Gardens, a historic community that oh, I don't have it. It has 124 platted lots, but many of those lots, the owners have 3 or 4 lots on which they have their houses, so the density is much less than the 124 lots would say. The Morningside PUD has a density of 3.7 dwelling units an acre. Golden Ponds has a density of 3.96 dwelling units an acre. Avon Manor has a density of 3.85 dwelling units per acre. And Serenoa PUD is pending with the application for 319 dwelling units, which would be 2.8 units per acre. So this request is for a mixed-use future land use designation with specific use area policies that would cap the residential density at 3.1 dwelling units per acre. It currently has the RS, residential suburban future land use, which permits 2 dwelling units an acre. They have requested, at staff's suggestion, requested the MXD, mixed use development future land use with specific use activity area policies, again, that would limit density to 3.1 dwelling units an acre and limit the development to residential. The specific use activity area policies that would accompany the MXD future land use are that it will be residential development only with a density not to exceed 3.1 dwelling units per acre. Any development that is to occur will take place through the planned unit development process. No building shall exceed 35 feet in height. The building spacing formula will not apply to the townhouses so long as they are limited to 2 stories and the closest distance between 2 buildings is not less than 39 feet when those buildings are parallel to each other or 33 feet when at an angle. The dwelling types may include, under the future land use policies, single-family duplexes or townhomes. Plus or minus 6.96 acres are to be reserved for a future kindergarten to 8th grade school. If in the future the school district decides against building a school at this site, the use of the reserved area will be limited to open space and/or habitat preservation. No less than 10 acres shall be designated as native upland habitat, and that includes some of the buffers for the wetlands, H and I. Wetlands H and I shall be restored, preserved, and provided with a 25-foot buffer. Access shall be from Angle Road via Old FFA Road and from Orange Avenue via Sunnyland Drive and Laidback Way. Sunnyland 44 shall also be connected to the east to Sunnyland Farms. My slides are out of order. So the existing zoning, so that is it for the future land use conversation or staff presentation with regard to the request to amend the future land use map from RS to MXD. Now I'm going to switch and cover the request to amend the zoning atlas. The current zoning is agricultural 1, which requires a minimum lot area of 1 acre and permits a zoning, a density of not to exceed 1 dwelling unit per acre. They are requesting the PUD zoning district. The existing land cover is, this is an excerpt from the applicant's environmental impact report. Pine Flatwoods is the 411, that's the bulk of the site. There's also Palmetto Prairies, which is this 321. Chris, I don't see 321. Melaleuca is 424. Improved pasture, freshwater marsh is 641. There's the wetlands that we talked about. And then there's a small treeless hydric savanna. That small wetland is proposed for impact, this wetland and this wetland will be protected and buffered. So this is the preliminary site plan. It proposes 130 townhouse units along with dedication of the almost 7 acres for a school site and for upland preserve area. The upland preserve area is designated with this slashing. This wetland H is to be preserved, wetland I is to be preserved. It provides for an amenity center for the residents. Access to this property will be via Old FFA Road, Sunnyland Drive, and then also a connection to if the Sunnyland Farms development is to be approved and developed, this Sunnyland 44 will also connect to that site. So the building spacing formula, I'm not sure how much it comes up in the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. It basically, the building spacing formula is something that establishes the minimum setback between buildings and the setback varies depending on the height of the building and the depth of the building, and yeah, that's the key things. It applies to multifamily buildings with 3 or more units, and to accessory buildings with 2 or more stories. So it's, if the multifamily has 3 or more units, or if there's any accessory building with 2 or more stories, it applies. And it takes, the calculation takes into account height, height of the building, depth of the building, meaning from the front to the back, and then the length of the projection. So this is an excerpt out of the Land Development Code, and the projection is where the walls of the 2 buildings line up. So this would be the projection, and this. So this measurement here would be relevant. So in this case, applying the building spacing formula to these buildings would require a minimum spacing of 50 feet. Some would say that a 50-foot separation between the buildings may make a townhouse community impractical. In this case, the landscaping plan provides for landscaping between the buildings. The smallest measurement is generally this 39.6. The 39.6 is the measurement between many of the buildings. The smallest one is just this one with the 33.5 based on this building being set at an angle. So anyway, one of the recommended specific use activity area policies is that this would be acceptable with the 39.6 and the 33.5 as compared to the 50-foot minimum. This is a familiar illustration. While the details are yet to be hammered out between the county and the applicant, Sunnyland 44 would not be able to be constructed until Old FFA Road is constructed up to Angle Avenue, and until the Sunnyland Drive connects the Laid Back Way down to Orange Avenue is what is expected to be the condition of approval for Sunnyland 44 and the proposed 130 dwelling units. This is showing the Sunnyland 44 site plan with the Sunnyland Farms and with the conceptual of how a school may fit into the site. Again, the interconnectivity between Sunnyland Farms and Sunnyland 44 is something that staff applauds. So the staff recommendation is that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the proposed future land use map amendment from RS to MXD with the proposed specific use activity area policies be approved. With regard to the zoning atlas, the staff recommendation is that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the proposed zoning atlas amendment from AG1, Agricultural 1 to PUD, Plan Unit Development, and the preliminary development plan be approved. That concludes my presentation. Lori and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have, and the applicant has a presentation as well.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Aldemeyer, do you have any conditions?
These are similar. They would be outlined with
The same
the
one from
final
the
site
previous
plan
development?
that you need the construction of the roads. And this is-
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we want to go to the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Nolan again with Lucido and Associates, representing the applicant.
Is this the right one? No.
Is that the
Sorry,
rezoning?
beg your
I would
pardon.
Probably bring up the rezoning. I think we're all on board with the future land use. My presentation is in the record. And it's in large part a regurgitation of all the same graphics and everything that we heard with the prior Sunnyland project. So again, I just wanted to go over a couple of quick points on the site plan, on the preliminary PUD site plan. Uh, 130 townhome units and 4 and 6 unit buildings is proposed. It would be 3.09 units per acre, which again is consistent with the densities in the area. We have about 53% of the remaining site area after the school dedication site would be reserved as common open space versus the 35% required. About 30% of the site would be retained in native upland habitat versus about 15% of the site, or about 5 acres. That also includes about a quarter acre. There's a Melaleuca stand on the site that would be cleared and restored to create native upland habitat. And again, the preservation of the on-site wetlands. These townhomes are a little bigger, again, than you're used to seeing kind of with the other application. They're about 25.5 foot end units and 25-foot mid-block units. They are proposed to be platted. So this would be a platted townhome development. They would have 2-car garages with extended driveways, about 25 feet deep, which would be exclusive of the sidewalk, with 70-foot internal rights-of-ways, which creates about a 12-foot planting area between the back of the sidewalk and the curb. And again, that sidewalk would be 25 feet deep, but the driveway, would be 25 feet deep to accommodate 2 parked cars in the driveway and not obstruct the sidewalks. So it's quite a roomier section, if you will, at 70 feet wide with large planting strip and deep driveways. Also, the internal nature trail system and the connection to the proposed development to the south. And here's, again, a depiction of the site plan overlaid on a current aerial to show the relationship to the proposed development, the existing upland habitat that would be preserved in the wetlands, and also the school site. We have included in here some architectural floor plans, elevations. We worked with staff on the elevations a bit to dress them up and introduce glazing in the garages, coach lights. I would focus more on the elevation here than doesn't represent the actual layout on the ground, as you don't see the sidewalks and the planting strips, that sort of thing. Again, we've spoken about the roadway layout. I think everybody's familiar with that, the planned roadway network. I think this battery might be going dead. And again, same neighborhood meeting as before. Again, site also lies within the urban service boundary within FPUA's service area. Again, residential densities exist within a short distance of the proposed project site. The provision of increased native upland habitat and wetland preservation, the set aside for the school site, and the public roadway linkage from Orange to Angle Road. And again, would like to thank staff for all their hard work and efforts getting us here tonight.
Thank you. Anything for the applicant? Anyone? Guess there's no like having any extended road network to the east instead of connecting to Angle really doesn't make any sense.
Well,
if the big push is to not hit more traffic up on Angle, there's no really like conceivable way.
We're gonna work with our consultants and staff and look and see if there is a way to avoid FFA up to Angle.
And I know the county doesn't like loop roads or dead ends, but you do have.
No, I mean this plan.
Yeah.
Very extremely consistent with the comp plan and the land development code, and provides above and beyond on every checkbox. There's really not a whole lot else on the tree, on the fruit tree. But hey, I hear it. I understand. I understand concerns.
Because like Rock Road up to the jail, that's pretty good. I don't know if there's a way to like just keep all the traffic to the east closer to 95. And we don't really need a north-south corridor there if you got the North FFA to the west. You already have it. Because I do like the lot sizes, it's nice. And the density's nice on it.
So no, I agree with that. I don't want you to feel like, I think you guys are in the ballpark on everything. I think you did a good job on the design. I just know as somebody who lives in the area, it sucks. Like for us that are already there. And I said, and that's just what it is. And the unfortunate side of like all of this for me is, when you're born and raised here and you watch all this growth happening, and you watch Port St. Lucie, who wasn't there, that just popped up overnight, and now they have overbuilt, and I think that they would go back and change a lot of things if they could. And then we look at now all this is encroaching on Fort Pierce, and now Fort Pierce is turning into Port St. Lucie. Well, I don't know any of the locals here that want to be like Port St. Lucie. I don't know any of the locals here that want all this development. So it's like, who are we building all these homes for? Because the majority of the people that live here can't afford a $350,000, $400,000 home. I don't know anybody that can, and the jobs aren't here to support it either. And so that means we're attracting a bunch of different people from out of this area who don't know anything about this area, and then the whole culture and everything of where we live changes overnight. And that's what we saw in Port St. Lucie. And I think Fort Pierce has probably the largest group of locals that live in the state of Florida that are still in this area. And we love our area the way it is. And so, yes, we're falling in line with the comp plan and everything, but for us, man, it's hard. It's difficult for us to see all this growth coming because everything that we've known, we're losing. And so that's the hard part. So I don't want you to feel like I'm mousing, because I think you're right on the money and hitting everything that you're supposed to. But from my side, and I'm just one voice. I just have a hard time with it. And I live right around the corner from this, so it's even that much more.
No, I understand it. I'm fourth generation Floridian. I've spent my whole life on the Treasure Coast. Part of the reason I'm doing this is so that we can bring good projects like this before you. And I would submit, and I agree with agree with the opinions. Our kids need somewhere to live too. We have communities to the north that have that problem. You know, I agree, you know, Fort Pierce doesn't want to be Port St. Lucie. I would submit that this is nothing close to what exists in Port St. Lucie. This is a lot less dense, a lot more open space and preservation, you know, and all those things. So it's really not a debate. I completely understand it, and I understand the residents' concerns as I told them in the neighborhood meeting.
So when I say Port St.
it's a
Lucie,
tough
what I'm saying
position.
is like all these PUDs that are stacking up down Angle Road right now, right? And the stuff that's wanting to come out Orange.
The county's
And,
code pushes you into a PUD.
I hear you, man. I'm with you on the other side. And then we talk about, you know, one of the things that I used to voice all the time was one of the things I hated about Fort Pierce was our kids had to grow up and move out from here because there was no jobs here for them. But at the same time, dude, I run a pretty successful business, and for what we do for where we're at, I mean, most of my people are making, on the high side, $50,000 a year. They can't afford a $350,000, $400,000 house, and that's what we continue to keep building around here. And nobody I know here can afford to do it, and so they're being pounded because rent's too high. They're being pounded because they can't afford homes, and that's not your issue. But I just don't see a bright light at the end of the tunnel for any of these people. That and our residents that live here. And we can talk about new jobs coming and this, that, but there's no jobs coming here. So what are we attracting? We're attracting all the people from down south who sold all their homes, made a chunk of money, and they're coming up here buying homes. And most of them are driving back down south to work if they're still working. So we've just become an overnight hotel for basically everybody from the south that's moved up here. And that, once again, that's not your issue. I just don't see how any of that falls in line with the culture of the town that we've had for the last 100 years. And that's really the side of it I'm on.
I mean, I like the project. I think if there anywhere that would make sense for a loop road type
Rock
of.
Road is a lot better entry in
So I'm
there
saying,
than
like, if
Laid
you-
Back Way is. Because I can promise you, all them
Yeah.
people that live on Cardinal right there, just to the right of Laid Back Way in Orange, if they knew about this, they'd all be in here bitching right now.
Yeah.
That I know.
Yeah, but at the same time, do you want to drive past Rock Road to take your kid to school if there's a school site back there?
What does it matter?
I don't know.
I mean, it's the better place if you're going to put an
Yeah.
intersection. It's better right there than it is at Laid Back Way.
And at least it would dump the traffic closer to 95 where there's better roads, where the commerce and commercial spaces are. Because all the development to Angle to the east, at least they can go south on Angle, and that's going to load that intersection up. It's just further west. It just doesn't seem like we need to have any more access to Angle Road than is already there. But I mean, everything else about the project I think is awesome.
And then you also, you feel for all the people on Old FFA because that little area has been untouched for so long, the Golden Ponds and those three roads right there. And you get it. And then you build this in the middle of it. Once again, not your fault. I think the plan looks good. It's just how do you do it without affecting what's kind of already in that spot. And unfortunately, that property is landlocked. Just like on the other side of Angle, on the other project we were looking at, there's properties there that are landlocked. And it's like, how do you unlock them? I don't know. Can't say a school's the best idea back there, but that's just my opinion.
Anything else for the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll open up the public hearing for item 9F. If there's anybody from the public that would like to add to the public comments, come up now. And 9F, for clarity, is the land use map amendment from residential suburban to MXD. Yep.
I won't go through the whole spill. It was last time, you guys already know about the deal with FFA. That's our biggest concern is, we don't want that touched. Obviously, just, in general, small road, quality of life, bad enough we've already got the Ryan Homes going, bombarding us across the street. Last thing we want is to have to deal with all that throughway traffic as well on top of our country scenery disappearing across the way.
Thank you.
I don't see where. Do you just need my name and all that
Can you do
again?
name and address again, please? Sorry.
Robin Rocafuerte, Rocafuerte. My address is 1750 Old FFA Road. We would not like it touched. I care for my elderly mother who's in the early stages of Alzheimer's, who could go wandering off just as easily as the kids in the neighborhood that have autism. This is just not a good plan. I just can't say it enough. It's just too much traffic, too much. Thank you.
Ma'am, could you come back up to the mic and just say your name and address into the mic for the record, please? My apologies.
Heather Buxton, 1420 Old FFA Road.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Marsh G. Williams, 1616 OFFA Road. Okay, as I was gonna state, this development, like you guys say, is beautiful. Houses here and houses there, but like I stated, well, OFFA Road is too small. You cannot expand it. If you expand the road, it's gonna go into the trailer parks, which their cars sit along the roadway. So do Ryan Homes know that you guys gonna cut into their building when you guys gonna build a sidewalk or make the road bigger because it's only a one-way road? And then let's talk about, if you said this was on Indrio Road, it makes sense because it's a big old development. It runs into 95. If you say off of Kings Highway, it makes sense because it runs into 95. But as I stated before, OFFA Road, not even a mile. It's not even a mile from Orange Avenue to Angle Road. So with all this traffic, you saying a school, housing developments, and then you talking about us that stand out there, and then where's the traffic is gonna flow at? As I stated, if you was to but if you was to cut along on FFA Road and take it all the way into Indrio, that would make sense because it's a better traffic flow and it won't be a buildup. But if you saying cut into Orange Avenue to OFFA Road off of Kings Highway, that's gonna be a buildup. As I stated, I'm a mental health therapist, so I go to homes, I look at the location, I look at the roads, I look at how big they is, and also I'm a teacher. So when I look at the school, the areas of the school and stuff like that, I look at the houses, I look at the land, I look at the road. All these houses that's being built, they're built off the road. They have their cars driving the driveway, or they also have parking garage. Nobody on Old FFA Road has parking garage. Every car that's on Old FFA Road sits along the driveway, on the roadway. It's only one lane. You have to either pull over to let a car come out or pull over to let a car come in. So how are you guys gonna expand this roadway? Where is it going into? Into their houses? They don't have enough of roadway already for their cars. Or are you guys gonna tell Ryan Homes to allow you guys to cut into their building plans and make a bigger roadway and a sidewalk? Then let's talk about the autistic kids that's there. Again, you got a school and all these housing developments. It's over like 4 autistic kids on that road, and also we have another lady who works with autistic kids. I have my nurse and a couple other nurses that walk the kids out there. It's not going to be safe no more for nobody, not for the elderly people, because I think me and probably 4 more other people is younger, but everybody else is older. It just doesn't make sense for new people that's coming in. As he stated before, we've been out there over 14 plus years. When y'all making these developments, y'all making these developments for new people to come in. What about our opinions? How we feel? We've been out there for so long, and this is what agriculture, animals, livestock, and stuff like that. Now y'all gonna change that up for new people that's coming in to move there? What about our opinions? How we feel? When we moved out there, it's because we love the space, the quietness. We may hear traffic along 95, but we don't hear cars coming up and down our road. We know who stays on that road. Everybody are familiar by name, face, and all. Like we said. Okay.
Thank you. Any other member of the public for 9F? Seeing none, we will close the public comment. You coming up?
George Calderon, 1732 Old FFA Road. I don't like it. I don't want it. I know it's about the money, but we can't afford it. Nobody can. And we don't want Miami residents up here, you know. We don't want no crosstown, no Gatlin, no, what is that? That new tradition? Come on, man, we don't want that. So if we could stop it now, let's stop it before it becomes cancerous and it just starts expanding, you know? So I'm not safe, you know. I protect the elderly people on that road, you know. I'm young, active, so, you know, I like to protect my neighborhood in, you know, ways I can. You know, like I said, for example, I'm a tree expert, so, you know, I make sure around hurricane seasons, you know, we a family. We don't want it, you know. It's too much traffic, it's not safe, and it's dangerous, point blank, period. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else in the public? Seeing none, we will close the public comment for 9F and bring it back to the board for discussion and/or a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Adele.
based on previous discussion and public safety concerns, motion to deny.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Adele, second by Mr. Slay to deny. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lowndes?
Yes, to deny. I wish this was on the west side of I-95 or the turnpike further out Angle Road. It'd be a lot better location for it. Thank you.
Commissioner Neese?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Odell?
Yes to deny.
Vice Chair Slay?
Yes to deny.
Chair Benner?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so for item 9G, it is a public hearing. We will open it up to the public at this time. Anybody from the public for 9G? Seeing none, we will close public comment for 9G and bring it back to the board for discussion and/or a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Odell,
motion to deny.
and we have a second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Odell, second by Mr. Slay. All those in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And Mr. Gettler, your reason for abstaining?
I'm on the development team for both those projects.
All right, so we got all that on the record? All right, motion to deny carries. Great project. Good luck with the Board of County Commissioners. Again, we are just a recommending body, so make sure you guys show up to those meetings. Thank you, guys. All right, next up, we got 9H, Sentinel Grove Technology Park, with the one and only Thad Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Thad Crow, Senior Planner, Planning and Development Services. This is a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use element. This is the first reading. It's important to note that there are three public hearings associated with this large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. One being the first reading in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the second being what's called the transmittal hearing at the Board of County Commissioners, meaning that it's transmitted to state agencies, regional agencies for review with a 60-day period, I believe, then comes back for a third and final hearing, should it be transmitted, and that is the adoption hearing. So we're at the beginning of the process. It was properly publicly noticed with a sign on the property and a mailer to the neighbors within 1,500 feet and a newspaper ad. The aerial shows the location of the area, primarily rural, mostly undeveloped, former citrus groves like some other parts of the western county. Orange Avenue, you can see, is on the south. The Turnpike on the north, Minute Maid Road. This project lies to the east of Minute Maid Road. It's all Ag 5 out there, of course. And this is proposed to be a special district. I don't want to speak for the applicant, but the model they're following is very similar to the P1 Motor Club further south. We'll talk a bit about special districts. Zoning, again, is also Ag 5. And this gives you a feel, sorry for the fuzzy picture, but this is the intersection of Minute Maid Road and Orange Avenue. You can see it's very rural. Dirt roads, Minute Maid Road is a dirt road, canals, former citrus areas. So the applicant is requesting this amendment to the future land use element for 1,218 acres from Ag 5 to special district. And the purpose of this is to allow for what's called a technology park. The Sentinel Grove Special District would include the following, or would allow for the following elements: information technology, data infrastructure, communication utility facilities, data center facilities, management and operation of computer and data processing facilities, and accessory structures. This is a large-scale technology park with controlled access, high wage, specialized employment, which generates fewer jobs per square foot compared to traditional industrial uses. So it's a low traffic generator. And we talk a little bit about the use itself. We'll discuss that a little bit more. This is what's referred to as a hyperscale data center. This is a new thing. It emerged in the mid-2000s. The first one was Google in 2006. These are big facilities that process and store a lot of data, allowing for the rapid scaling of computing, storage, and networking resources to meet the high customer demand. I think a lot of businesses are really interested in utilizing AI and getting lots more storage for their data, and cloud computing. So this is controlled by the big players like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft and Meta. These hyperscale data centers power global cloud services, social media platforms, AI workloads, so they kind of hit the high points of all the emerging technology now. And again, they enable businesses to expand their infrastructure horizontally by adding servers and storage. This is an example of one in Tennessee, run by the Tennessee Valley Authority in Gallatin. So you can see their large buildings. This is in Virginia. Loudoun County, Virginia has become a real magnet for these data centers. This is in Ashburn. This is an Amazon facility. And this is what you see on the inside. You don't see a lot of employees running around per se. You see a lot of equipment, storage, and these computer facilities, technology. So in the future land use element, special districts allow for basically customized protocols for unique large-scale developments. It's kind of like a plan development in the comprehensive plan, following a similar model of customization. This special district includes high security access protocols and storm-hardened building design to reflect the unique siting requirements. We'll talk a little about that. The inland location reduces the risk from tropical storms and hurricanes. The issue of incompatibility is addressed with a large parcel that has plenty of room to buffer and build, set back the buildings from roadways and property lines. And also, because of the energy demands, this special district is limited to properties contiguous to 500 kilowatt kV.
Kilowatts.
Thanks. High voltage electric infrastructure, direct access to an arterial roadway, in this case Orange Avenue, and they cannot be located within wetlands, special flood hazard area, regulatory floodway, well field protection areas, or coastal high hazard areas. So talk a little about the proposed regulatory standards. We'll go through them pretty quickly. There's a lot of them because this is a big use and with potential impacts, and what we're looking for is some guardrails to make sure that it remains a relatively low impactful use. Development would be limited to non-residential uses, maximum floor area ratio of 0.5, building height limit of 80 feet, and not more than a building coverage maximum of 50%. You can get a little higher than that with non-habitable architectural features and mechanical equipment on rooftops. Secondly, no residential uses are permitted except for a kind of a caretaker residence, on-site security. The maximum building square footage is 15 million square feet. A PNRD, planned non-residential development, would be required not to exceed a 20-year time frame, and there would be a first phase not to exceed 5 million square feet. That would be a point where the county would be able to evaluate how it's going in terms of facilities to serve this, such as or infrastructure to serve this, such as water, sewer, solid waste, drainage, and roads. So number 5, the development, and this is the important one, you saw this one with the P1 Motor Club. The development will bear the entire fiscal impact. It will provide its own private on-site water and wastewater. There will be no extension of county utilities lines to this area. Permitted uses include agriculture. It was important to allow agriculture to continue on the property. It's big enough to cohabitate essentially for ag activities as well as a data center. Computer processing, data preparation, computer facilities management. This is kind of the whole range of activities that go with the data center. Telecommunication towers, subject to the LDC standards. Also allowable is a solar generation station. You probably know we've got a lot of those in the area, in the vicinity. Warehousing and light industrial uses, but only those that directly support the data center. Electric power generation, transmission, distribution, and of course the overhead transmission lines that will be needed to carry the power to the site. Accessory uses, office and security, caretaker, on-site utilities, and of course backup energy or fuel storage for buildings. So the PNRD process, I think, is where the county really wants to see the details. It really wants to see how this is going to work, or if it's going to work. Number 1, we want to see an economic impact analysis and the market demand analysis. Number 2, and this is important, and given the rural location, a compatibility analysis with the surrounding ag uses, including outreach to surrounding landowners. C, electric utility coordination documentation. Will the power be there to serve the development? What will the impacts be in terms of Florida Power and Light's involvement? D is very important. These data centers use a lot of water to cool the equipment. So water coordination, supply documentation, water conservation strategies, law enforcement coordination documentation, fire safety coordination documentation, and of course the scheduling and phasing. There will be a binding agreement required in the PNRD that addresses the developer responsibilities for the infrastructure, including road, utilities, and mitigation for their impacts and future maintenance. So PNRDs now have a minimum 25% open space requirement. This would be 35%, similar to the PUDs. And transportation is a critical concern. The traffic impact analysis is number 1, short range through 2030 and long range through 2045. And of course, it's important that it evaluates impacts to Orange, Sneed, and other directly affected corridors. The special district itself would provide road improvements to serve the development and traffic. If traffic exceeds the capacity of LOS, level of service standards, then the developer shall be required to mitigate using triggers and thresholds built into the PNRD. Also in transportation, proportionate share, and this is the development paying its fair share of impacts on roads and improvements that are needed caused by them. B, there is a mechanism, there would be a mechanism in the PNRD that essentially the county can delay development orders if the impacts are greater than forecast or expected, or they're a threat to public health or safety. The access would be limited to controlled and secure Orange and Minute Maid road entrances. Internal circulation must accommodate vehicle access, including freight, EMS, and employees. And amendments to the traffic analysis do not require comp plan modification. They can be done through the rezoning or zoning update process. Utilities, mentioned this, must be self-sufficient in terms of utilities, including water supply and wastewater treatment. The cost shall be borne by the developer for these utilities infrastructures. Water reclamation, cooling water, treatment plant effluents, concentrated disposal, or utility plant processing byproducts are allowed as accessory uses shall require applicable agency authorization, whether that be DEP, EPA, or whatever agency is involved. Site design parameters, I think this is very important. We are calling for a 100-foot building setback, and data center buildings actually 200-foot setback, other buildings 100-foot setback. a very wide buffer along Orange Avenue. The intent would be to basically hide it in the interior of the project to where it will not be seen from adjacent property lines and from Orange Avenue. It will be heavy on landscaping and buffers, low impact development. Talked about the buffers and setbacks. And you can have ag uses within those buffers along property lines, which would continue the rural character and flavor of the area. More site design parameters. Everything, including mechanical equipment, has to be buffered and set back from property lines. Noise is an issue. Noise ordinance must be met. Right now, that limits daytime and nighttime noise levels at property lines so that adjoining property owners are not negatively impacted. Fencing shall be limited to maximum 12 feet. Exterior lighting, and this is an important one, should be downcast or shielded to keep our dark skies and prevent glare from trespassing on abutting properties. Landscaping, ERD will have the authority to approve landscape plans. And the effort will be to retain native vegetation whenever possible, preserving native canopy trees and buffers to minimize water usage. Foundation plantings around the buildings not required because building setbacks are sufficient to mitigate visual impacts. More landscaping. Really, the internal lot lines don't require landscape screening, but they still would be applicable to parking lots essentially. But all the heavy lifting on the landscaping will be the wide buffers and setbacks. Parking lots will be shaded. And I think some of this is pretty much standard language we see in a lot of our approval conditions, but finally, that is all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anything from the applicant?
Good evening, board members, Chairman Benner, Vice Chair Slay. Wanted to thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate everything staff's done to work to get to this, and want to thank you for your consideration of this item tonight. My team's here to answer any questions, or our team's here to answer any questions you may have. We've got a short presentation for you. I know it's late, so we'll keep it short, and we're here for any questions afterwards. So.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Patty Tobin with HJA Design Studio. Do I do this? A little bit about the project. I know there was a lot of information with Thad's presentation. It's 1,218 acres. It's about 2.5 miles of frontage on Minute Maid Road and just shy of a mile on Orange Avenue. We're requesting an amendment to the future land use map to the special district, which allows some uses that we're looking to do, allowing us to do the technology, communication, utility, and data center uses. We see this project advancing the county's goals for targeted industries, diversification. One of the interesting things about this site is it seems ideal for the proposed use. And this graphic sort of shows you there's about 10,000 acres in the process of becoming solar farms north and east of us. There's a new substation, which I'll show you on the next slide, adjacent to us on the north side, east of us. The large transmission lines run along the turnpike in blue, you can see that, and then come down the east side of our property, which is obviously critical for this project in terms of accessibility to power. This site has a rare overlap. It's large, contiguous acreage with minimal environmental constraints, and it's fairly distant from most residential areas. I'll talk about some of the preservation we will be doing. It's ideal siting, minimizing off-site impacts and maximizing reliability. These graphics, the one on the left shows you the large transmission lines running along the north along the turnpike and then down along the east. And then there's a picture showing you what those transmission lines look like, and if you've been out there, you know what it looks like. Again, this existing use has been ag. It was probably groves and is currently cattle with historical drainage ditches. The surrounding uses are agricultural, utility, and canals. We've got canals both on the north and the east. There are 2 oak hammocks along the south end of the property that will be preserved. This will operate as a secure utility campus, no retail, and no public traffic. Some of the things that Thad touched on and that I'll just briefly go over. The intent is to maintain the rural agricultural character along Orange Avenue. We're proposing, with guidance from staff, the 800-foot setback from Orange Avenue to the north. There's a 200-foot setback from Minute Maid Road, which is to our west. There's a 330-foot setback from the C-25 on the north side of our property, and 270-foot South Florida Water Management right-of-way to the east. We've committed to 35% open space, which is actually 40% greater than the minimum code. We're committing to preserving the native vegetation along Minute Maid Road. That's about the only place where we have some natural areas outside the 2 oak hammocks. We will be replacing the agricultural drainage with a modern stormwater system and reducing nutrient runoff. We hope to reduce water consumption compared to the agricultural uses, or the agricultural allotment, actually. Again, and Thad mentioned this, we will be operating our own water supply and wastewater treatment, no public burden. This graphic just shows you the low impact, and I think Thad touched on it, especially as it relates to traffic. I don't know if, I know in our documentation we talked about there's looking at 3 phases. The first phase would be about 5 million square feet, up to 5 million square feet. And you're looking at an employee base of about 300 to 400 employees, and that's over a 24-hour period. So you can see why the traffic is not that tremendous. If you look at the research and development, which is the next column, which is a permitted use within the ag, it's significantly larger, and I think that was mentioned in staff's report, potentially 31 million square feet of research and development. And then we compared the residential. I looked at the water uses. They'd be low for the data center, moderate for the research and development, and residential would be higher. The noise were, I think it's within the special district that we would limit it to 60 dBA as opposed to 70 in an industrial area. Just some code, whoops. What's it doing? Okay. These are just some comparisons to the code and what we're proposing. The open space requirement is 25%. We're looking at 35%. So 304 acres versus 426. And just the large buffer area along Orange and the one along the north side amount to about 106 acres of preserve. The height is equivalent to what's allowed currently, which is 80 feet. Building coverage is between 40 and 50%. We're looking at 50%. Our setbacks, as Thad mentioned, are increased 800 off Orange Avenue, 100 to 200 off the sides, which would be Minute Maid, and then the South Florida Canal on the east side. And then the rear is 330 feet. This request is consistent with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan, specifically Objectives 1.1.1, Economic Development, Objective 1.1.5, Sustainable Growth, and 1.1.6, Targeted Industries. We meet or exceed the established Land Development Code standards for open space, setbacks, buffers, and environmental protection. This amendment establishes data center use as the only allowable non-agricultural use on the property. If the data center is not developed, the site remains limited to existing agricultural uses. There are other uses, but as Thad mentioned in his report, they're tied to the data center being the primary use. The next step in the process will be the transmittal public hearing to the Department of Commerce, which that meeting is hopefully November 4th. We haven't solidified that. The Department of Commerce will review and comment and provide that to St. Lucie County staff. We are in the process of filing the rezoning application, which would be the non-residential plan development. We have sent out notices to neighbors within 1,500 feet. We sent those out last Friday. We're going to be holding a community meeting at the Sunshine Kitchen off Pruitt Research Road Center off Kings Highway. And then the site, you guys sent it out to 1,500 for this meeting and the subsequent Board of County Commissioners. Final action on this would come back after comments by the Department of Commerce for adoption. I think it's important to talk about the public engagement and staff engagement. The county code now requires that certain items, rezonings, PUDs, require a community meeting. This application was in prior to that, the effectiveness of that ordinance. So we are incorporating that, as I mentioned earlier, in our rezoning, which will be our community meeting again on October 29th at 5:30. Our applicant has met individually with several of the landowners in the vicinity of the project, and it's our intent to maintain open lines of communication with surrounding property owners through the development process. This is a big project. Why is it doing that? It's a long-term asset, privately funded, and publicly beneficial project. This project would put St. Lucie County on the map. We would like you to support staff's recommendation, and we'd like to thank staff. They've worked hard with us on this, and our team is happy to answer any questions you may have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We got any questions for the applicant, Mr. Odell?
Mr. Chair. To start with here, it looks like this is from the main application, you're looking for a proposed 20 million square feet.
We've worked with the staff and we've limited it to the 15. It's
Okay.
in the standard.
Okay, the 15 million square feet now, just to put this into perspective, the Houston Astrodome is 398,000 square feet. And the Miami International Terminal, the entire airport complex under roof is 8.2. So that's roughly twice the size of the airport. And
Mr. Odell?
Pardon?
They're talking about 344 acres under roof at 15 million square feet.
On which
344 acres under roof. That's bigger than the Orlando Civic Center.
Exactly. And wanted to find out a little bit about this now. When you build this, is it going to be a complex or is it a single building?
It's a campus. We're talking about Sentinel Grove Technology Campus. We are looking at 3 phases. The first phase being on the south end, another phase in the middle, and then another one north of that towards the turnpike.
So basically 3 5 million square foot buildings.
They, you want to talk about the,
Yes, please.
I apologize, I didn't give my name. Scott Bullock with Timberline Real Estate Partners, so represent the developer. So I can answer a lot of those questions. So no, it's anticipated to be multiple buildings per phase. So not one big building. Probably an average data center building is going to be somewhere between 250 and 300,000 square foot. So it'll be multiple buildings. So when we say campus, it's just not one big 5 million square foot building. We anticipate these are being 2-story buildings. So a lot of that acreage conversion you just did in math, it'll get a little bit smaller. That's why we're offering all the increased open space on the site to have there'll be plenty of room for open space, green space, and that's why we offered up the expansion of buffers to help kind of keep this thing isolated and contained. So.
All right, so now you mentioned it being a data center.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, who is your tenant? You mentioned some of the big players here. Who is your tenant?
Currently, we are going through the entitlement process and we're going through the power procurement process with Florida Power. So once those all come together, then we'll determine who the tenant will be.
So you don't have a tenant at this time. It's more like we build it, they will come?
It'll be a collaborative process, but there's no tenant selected at this time.
All right, and then as far as your water, you're under South Florida Water Management. Do you have a permit with them currently?
There's currently a permit, an allocation for irrigation purposes for the agricultural use.
All right, you know that won't be valid for your use.
Complete, yes, understand. So we'll go through all that permitting process. And, I know data centers of late have a reputation of using large quantities of water. Just in the last few years, that water consumption has gone way down, the ones that are existing, and that they're kind of getting a bad rap for the industry right now. The current ones that are being designed and constructed use about 90% or use only about 10% of that allocation. So a lot of what the misconception out there, the technology is advanced, the cooling system is advanced to use a very small amount of water that those existing facilities are using. So all that's being implemented here. So we actually anticipate a very large decrease in water consumption compared to what's there today.
Okay, the other thing is you're talking about phase construction. From the very first groundbreaking to the complete build out, what kind of a time frame are we looking at?
Good question. That's a great question. So timing is a lot dependent on the power allocation. So a lot of that timing is going to be coordination with Florida Power and Light. The campus will grow as their ability to provide generation grows. So
5 years, 10 years, how long?
I think we've anticipated a 20-year horizon on the PNRD is what we're asking for. So really, it's going to demand on the development of power and the availability of power, and then the demand of the market as well too.
Okay, and as far as your narrative, staff, could you pull up the applicant's narrative? It's page 2 in the agenda packet under applicant's narrative. Go to page 2, please. If you look at page 2, it says during development and construction, the first phase of the project alone will support more than 6,000 jobs. Now, are you speaking about basically the construction workers on this job?
That's statewide at peak. So no, that's not construction workers on site.
How many construction workers will you have roughly? And give me an estimate.
Yeah, it's a fraction of that number. It is a fairly large campus, though we be quite a bit of construction on site. I don't know if I don't have that number in front of me, but I can.
Rough guess, based on the 6,000 jobs you're going to create. How many would you say? It mentions skilled labor. So I would take it that would be in the construction.
construction jobs are in that number, but that is a statewide number, so I don't have the economic impact analysis with me right now, but I can provide you with that information.
I'm afraid we would need that information, and I'll tell you why. Can we pull up the traffic impact report, please? TIR. Take a quick look at that. All right, let's go to the construction phase.
Let's see. Do you have?
I couldn't find it either. And see, while the operating phase of this project would have a minimum amount of employees, it's going to be like building a power plant. It's going to generate a tremendous amount of traffic. And right now, you're looking at a 2-lane state road, okay? And in addition to that, this traffic report, like I say, if you don't have the construction phase, I don't see how we could make a decision. The only thing I could do is table this.
Well, I understand your concern, and we haven't anticipated doing a traffic analysis during the temporary construction phase of the project. That's typically not.
Yeah, and see, the construction phase is where you're going to generate the most traffic. And that's where you're going to have all your concrete, your trucks, you know, basically that type of traffic. Not to mention, it's my estimate here from the power plants you mentioned with TVA, which by the way is federal. That particular data center had over each shift 1,600, an average of 1,600 on their day shift alone. And those are skilled workers coming to build the plant. So we'd need to have some better numbers on that so we got an idea. This one looks as to be about the same size, if not bigger. So we need to know how much traffic we're going to be putting on a state road. And also, like I say, you've got 2 places you can draw from. You're going to be connecting Okeechobee, which is 441, to basically St. Lucie County. So Okeechobee County to St. Lucie County. And that's where you're going to draw your workforce. I don't think we've got the housing for that workforce.
Well,
so you're going to be drawing it, I mean, they're going to have to commute.
I think there's going to be a lot of different ways that the workforce is brought into a project of this order of magnitude. And so I think there'll be some work, it'll be a combination of a bunch of different aspects. There will
Okay,
be
so
some.
remember, when we continue this, we're going to need to see the construction phase on that TIR. Because the construction, the phased projects, the construction is going to draw create the most traffic volume. And like I say, it's in the narrative here. So I'm just drawing from, basically using conservative numbers based on what you're, planning on here, 6,000 jobs, and including thousands of skilled trade positions. Now, thousands is a pretty big number. You're going to have to actually quantify that for us. We'd like to see those numbers, please.
It's definitely putting a lot of people to work in this community.
Yeah, not just a lot of people, skilled workers, on site, coming to that job site every day. We need to know about how many. Okay? And that's the other thing was on that TIR, the RDI. I think you're way off on that, assumed to be 2 miles. I'm looking at the the tables, we don't even need to pull them up. The tables, the roadway links that had Orange Avenue to Minute Maid Road, Orange Avenue from Minute Maid Road to Rim Ditch, Orange Avenue from Rim Ditch to Sneed Road, Sneed Road to Header Canal Road. Okay, those are not going to be good connector routes there for that volume of traffic in the construction phase. We're going to need to see something better than that. We also need to see what you're going to get from South Florida Water Management as far as a permit for this project. Like I say, they won't.
I think, with all due respect, sir, that I think we're looking for the land use at this point. We're not going to have permits from the Water Management District at this point in the project, but everything will be permitted through the Water Management District.
Okay, because we're looking at the level of service on Orange Avenue now, at State Road 68. And the construction phase is going to be way over what you're stating here in the TIR. So we need to see the construction phase of that as well in order to make a decision. Thank you.
Mr. Benton, do you have something?
Chair Benner, members of the commission, the stage at which this project is before you is the future land use map amendment, in which staff evaluated in concert with our third-party traffic consultant the level of analysis that's required for a future land use map amendment, including consultation with the Florida Department of Transportation, again looking at the existing capacity of the roadways, looking at ultimate or maximum build-out potential under the current future land use category in comparison to the maximum build-out under the special district as proposed. The intricacies of specific building sizes with each phase of a site plan, construction, traffic routing, access points, any physical improvements needed to support that transitional phase or operations is largely looked at during the planned non-residential development rezoning with the preliminary plan, and then concurrency would be considered with the final site plan. So,
excuse me, Mr. Benton, where is the third-party report?
I believe it's attached.
Because I couldn't find it either.
If not, we can certainly
yeah, see,
pull
I
that
couldn't
up.
find that part either, as well as the construction phase for it, and those are both going to be critical, including the third-party review, of any traffic report involves an independent evaluation, for an entity outside of the organization that prepared the report, and that the review, the aim of the review is to ensure the accuracy, reliability, and validity of the report's findings and any of the staff recommendations at that point. And one of the biggest things that I can see right here is that who assumed the RDI to be 2 miles?
Commissioner Odell, the applicant's traffic engineer, started with that baseline of 2 miles based upon input from DOT and staff as presented in the special district policies. We would be looking for the traffic impact analysis that would be required of the planned non-residential development, and also subject to the standardized methodology under the Transportation Planning Organization. That's when the intricate details and the further analysis occurs. This is a preliminary analysis, and that traffic modeling and volumes could change between 2025 and potential build-out date of 2028, 2030. As noted, there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle, power generation and overall design. So there's layers of evaluation, and we've looked to build in those sub-area policies with emphasis on transportation concurrency evaluation. So at this time, again, phase 1 is a maximum of 5 million square feet. It could have sub-phases. It could have, a proposal of 500,000 square feet for the first building, or 5 million. And so until we have the specifics of the site plan, we wouldn't know what to build in for construction traffic.
Well, see, the other thing, the big question I have is, does this proposed amendment have the potential to affect the facilities on the strategic intermodal system?
It has the ability to impact them, of course. The question is whether those are significant or adverse impacts, and if so, how would those impacts be mitigated? And
well, it will require a consult with FDOT.
Absolutely, and we've
engaged. Has that been arranged?
We've engaged FDOT from initial submittal. We've relayed their comments, and they would be part of the evaluation. If a future land use map amendment is acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners to transmit that, it heads off to the Department of Commerce, as well as consulting agencies, including the Florida Department of Transportation.
Right, we'd like to see the results of that consult too, please, when it happens. Thank you.
Couple quick questions and a comment. So again, this is just for the land use, so they can submit the PRND. This isn't going to be specific to their actual build out and stuff like that. So like the conditions on here for the special district, some of the things, the questions I have is 80-foot building height, but most of the buildings are going to be 20 feet. I mean, 2 stories. So would the applicant be open to a reduction in the overall building height so we don't have 15 million square feet of 80-foot tall buildings and agricultural cattle? I mean, if I lived out there and I had an 80-foot metal building with fans blowing 24/7, even at 60 decibels, I could see, you know, and if it's going to only be 2 stories, then would you be all right limiting the height?
Yeah, so good point, good question. 80 feet's what's allowed out there today, so we're not asking for an increase or a change. In these facilities, a single story is 35 to 40 feet tall. So when I say 2 stories, it will fill up the 80-foot volume of height. So that's why.
I think 80 foot in this type of district, like if you put a silo. Not.
I understand, and that's why we've provided very generous line of sight setbacks to put these buildings back, not just the buffers on the roads, but then additional setbacks of the buildings from that. So we think we've put around those guardrails that will provide that visual protection of those facilities from that distance. You know, 80 feet is tall, but from that distance with the proper screening and leaving the buffering and everything that's there, it does a pretty good job of.
Can we grow 80-foot tall trees to properly buffer that big of a building?
Well, you can grow a lot of trees, but the distance, when you're close to 1,000 feet back from that and trees that are 20 feet in front of you, you're not really seeing much of that 80-foot building that's 1,000 feet back in on the site. So.
And then another question was, when it comes to water cooling, are you guys proposing to tap into the aquifer or pulling from the canals and surface water?
So our proposal, right, that is yet to be determined and will be permitted both through the Water Management District and DEP. It's anticipation that it would be groundwater and not from the surface water canal allocation. But that's yet to be determined. We'll work through that process and evaluate the options. But
and is it typically like closed loop cooling, or is it like you're using it and then dumping it?
No, typically they're closed loop or hybrid type systems. The technology today is using a fraction of the amount of water that the old systems use. So the water consumption has dropped drastically since a lot of the existing data centers that are in operation right now. So the technology is evolving. I mean, eventually someday, in the not too distant future, a lot of these facilities won't even be utilizing the water for cooling systems. So they still are, but again, we're talking about 10% of what the ones that were built a few years ago.
And then when it comes to power generation, I know that like if you guys need more capacity, you guys have to privately deal with that with FP&L to expand capacity and stuff like that. Yes. But I don't see anything like limiting generator usages or anything like that on site. And I think it was in Memphis or somewhere where XAI did their thing, and they're running like basically semi-truck generators, with modified mufflers. But I don't see anything restricting generator use for power until FP&L comes online. Would you guys be okay with some sort of language in this special district limiting the generator usage to a maximum of a certain number of days unless there was like a declared emergency, like a hurricane or something like that? Obviously it would be extenuating circumstance, but in other words, so they wouldn't try and put some sort of facility online with 20 generators in a parking lot.
Yeah, no, good question, a good statement and good question. So being how the state of Florida is regulated, right? The power has to come from from Florida Power and Light. So there will be backup generators in case for some reason those 500 kV lines go down or power is disrupted. There will be temporary power or temporary generators for temporary power, but there will not be any generators for permanent power.
What about plans for on-site battery storage? Because I know like a lot of these, you can't, if there's quick power surges, I think they use batteries to absorb that, like a capacitor instead of the main line. So is the plans to also have on-site large battery storage facilities
They're usually
here?
incorporated as part of the electrical system, so the power distribution into these facilities in combination with the batteries that are installed and the backup power generator. So all those work hand in hand. So the primary power is coming from the power company, the backup generation's there just in case that goes down, and those batteries are the buffers in between to keep that from fluctuating to where everything stays.
I'm just picturing 1,000 Tesla lithium batteries sitting in a field, and when they catch on fire and you can't put them out, and they're that far out west, and it's just basically a chemical fire you got to watch burn.
Yeah, so the batteries are contained within the building mechanical yard and footprint of each building, so it won't be one big building. You know, a single phase would probably be about 10 data center buildings, so smaller buildings, and each one of those buildings, so those generators and batteries want to be as close to that facility as possible. So they'll be broken up. It won't be one big battery compound that's centralized. It'll be at each building, like any mechanical yard of any office building or hospital or things like that. That's how those are designed and implemented.
And if this is like a data center, there's basically cooling fans running 24/7. So even though the sound decibels of 60 at the property line, it's pretty much, you could anticipate a 24/7 60 decibel at the property line.
These systems are put in urban areas as well too, where there's advancements in sound attenuation, sound enclosures, and abatement systems that basically knock, most if not all of that sound down. All those systems will be contained at the buildings, and then with the setbacks and buffers that are added to that, to get that sound to the property line, I think it'd be very challenging. So the way the systems work, that sound attenuation is right there as those units, so everything won't work its way across.
Okay. Mr. Lowndes, let's go for my question.
I realize we're here to try to determine whether we're going to go from Ag 1 and agricultural to a special unit, but you can't help but wander off into the weeds with what you're trying to do and what you want to build there. If you're going to have 15 million square foot building, correct?
That's correct. That's the maximum.
That's 345 acres under roof. How big a reservoir are you going to have to hold that water that's coming off of 345 acres?
Yeah, so I don't know, not to double check your math, but if that all converted to 2 stories, so I don't know whether we need to, your number takes that and divides it by 2 or not.
Snacks, cut it in half. You're still going to have a hell of a lot of water to have to contend with.
Absolutely.
If there's 27,000 gallons of water in an acre inch, and it rains 3 inches out there on that building, you got a lot of water to either hold or get rid of. How are you going to do it?
Absolutely. There'll be, I've got our civil engineer from Kimley Horn here, but there will be a quite extensive stormwater treatment system that's constructed on site. So a lot of that excess area, there's 1,200 acres, and a lot of that excess area will be dedicated to stormwater treatment. Right now, there's minimal, if any, and there's a lot of runoff. So we'll have to meet all the current criteria with the Water Management District, and all that water will be treated before leaving the site.
Are you familiar with this piece of land that you're looking at?
I've been walking it for about close to a year now. So
have you done core bores to see what's under it?
We've done some borings, yes, sir.
Do you know where the shell level is under this?
I've seen the borings, yes.
I'd be interested to see how you're going to hold with what I know of that piece of property. In fact, it came up before us about 10 years ago for a mine to bore shell out of it. How you're going to hold a reservoir in a shell pit?
Yeah. Well, I've got my expert here, so I'm not going to. I'm not the expert in that question, so I'm going to ask Jordan Haggerty with Kimley Horn to come up and answer that. We have looked at it and studied it, so let me let him answer that question.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners of the Board. Jordan Haggerty with Kimley Horn, licensed professional civil engineer. Appreciate the questions as it relates to stormwater management and the geological features on site. To the point about the building area and the amount of impervious area, yes, in aggregate, the 15 million square feet is a large number, but kind of the math and the rules apply. They just scale to that large amount. If we were doing a 100,000 square foot building with an associated amount of auto parking and loading and other infrastructure, we would usually allocate about 20% of that property area for stormwater management and for other features. So the same math and rules would apply across this 1,200 acre facility that would have a massive amount of lakes, all the right treatment criteria, be fully permitted through the South Florida Water Management District. There's new statewide stormwater regulations that just came into effect. This facility would be in compliance with all of those from a nutrient removal perspective to provide a net positive benefit as it relates to stormwater from what's there today.
It kind of takes my breath away to think about what we're opening up out there. I can picture this and the employees that are going to have to man this, that the next step is to have a development out there to house them, and the next step after that is a shopping center to hold it, and it just magnifies itself from then on. I'd be very interested in see the South Florida Water Management report and what they anticipate for your water. You're going to hold over 9 million gallons of water in 1 acre inch of rain on that property. And 3 times that we had last week a day with 3 inches of rain. The day before that I got 2 inches. We're talking more than just 344 acres of building, because you got driveway and surfaces that don't absorb anything. I think your water management is very important to the staff and for the board and county commission to look at. I'd like to know where you're going to get rid of it from the reservoir, and I assume you're going to have a reservoir of some sort. If not, you're going to pump it down in the ground?
So as it relates to the amount of rain, if you look at the site today, it is a very large encompassing area. So to your point, the 3 inches of rain that's falling across, it's currently falling across, and that volume is adding up. Currently, there is minimal storage on site other than just agricultural row crops and some other elements. So that runoff is already entering the adjacent canals, the C23s, the C24 reservoirs and basins. So when we change the land use, yes, we're adding buildings and everything else, but we also are creating substantial amount of storage to keep that on site versus where today, yes, it's pervious, it's agricultural, it's soil and absorbent. There's still a substantial amount that is leaving the site and directly being outfalled to the adjacent canals.
I understand that. When that was in Orange Grove, they managed the rain that fell on it. They had to hold some of it, they pumped some of it off. But the fact is that Mother Nature absorbed a great deal of that to a certain point. Then the land ground got saturated. I understand all that. It doesn't have time to saturate on concrete and steel buildings. There ain't no saturation to that.
Completely agree and completely understand, and that's where we're creating the volume and the reservoirs and the embankments to hold it on site and have a overachieve what we need to from a quantity perspective, how much is actually leaving the site, and also a quality perspective from what as it leaves. We're holding it as long as we can on site. We're allowing all those nutrients to dissipate, and we're creating a better scenario after we're meeting all the statewide stormwater regulations, and that's why they're there, and that's why we have to go through the review process to ensure that we're protecting all the surrounding features and surface waters of the state.
Thank you, sir. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Adele.
Is your traffic engineer here?
Yes. Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the construction phase. Again, we can't quantify this. It just said in the applicant's narrative, including thousands of skilled trade positions to do the build-out. And the build-out, it looks like, is a 20-year period. So this would be phase construction, 3-phase, and basically spread out over a 20-year plan. It kind of looks like building a power plant. But thousands of skilled trade positions doesn't tell me what kind of volume you're going to generate during the construction phase. Do you have a report on the construction phase?
Adam Kerr with Kimley Horn & Associates, and I'm a registered professional engineer. As part of a development review process, we typically do not do construction phase traffic studies, certainly at the land use phase. That's specific to the the site plan, the actual buildings that are being built, the phase that they come online. And lots of times as we get more detail, those construction details come out, and there are detailed construction phase plans at that point where you look at things like, maybe the need for a temporary turn lane somewhere, or temporary signalization somewhere, or whatnot. But at the land use stage, construction traffic is not something that's typically used to plan the infrastructure and the roadway facilities.
Well, just looking at this, you can pretty much quantify, it says project will support 2370 jobs statewide, 370 direct, and then it goes on with hard numbers. But here it just says thousands of skilled. I mean, that's kind of leaving it up to my imagination, and I've got a pretty big imagination, We need to quantify those numbers. You're looking at a 2-lane road, a 2-lane state road that's under construction, parts of it, which would affect affect the RDI that you're talking about, which we'll go into that in just a second. It's has a 30 mile an hour speed limit. And, if you look at that, who determined the RDIA? It says it's assumed to be 2 miles. Was it in your analysis?
So the radius was based off of the county and the MPO's standard methodology for determining traffic studies. It lays out the radius, it lays out all the parameters that we use. But with that said, we did have several meetings with the county's third-party reviewer. We discussed the radius, and that was what was determined to be the radius, again, for this land use stage.
Now, the third-party reviewer, do we have that report? Do you have it?
There's correspondence back and forth. I don't know if the county has anything specific to.
All right, when you get it, we
formalize
would
that.
like to see it, please. Thank you.
Again, too, this is just for the land use. I think a lot of that stuff from the conversation will come up on the PNRD. This is just saying that if we change the land use, it'll be ag or special district use, so they can submit the PNRD.
Yep.
Right? So if we have on there, like the restrictions and stuff, like putting something in there that you can't use generators for on-site power unless it's, for an emergency or something like that. Like all these conditions in the report are more what would apply to the special district. A lot of the traffic stuff will come with the PNRD applications. It's not going to be addressed with this land use map amendment. This is just saying if this goes through, they can then submit a PNRD to try and build there, and the build is going to actually give specifics and a more in-depth traffic analysis, right? Staff?
Absolutely. So to case in point, right? And so when we talk about land use, I think about, I grew up all out west of Orange Avenue right there. We all grew up on Adams and Wynn, and it's all cattle ranches and hunting, and then we talk about, hey, we're going to build this big monstrosity out here in the middle of, right around the corner from two of the best cattle ranches we have, right? And I go, how does that fit our culture of who we are? So when you say this puts St. Lucie County on the map, I have no idea what that means. because St. Lucie County has already been on the map, and it's been on there for a long time, and we have some of the oldest cattle ranches in the state of Florida, right? So I don't know what that means, and so it's hard for me to quantify. And then we talk about building millions of square foot of buildings out here in like the most agricultural part of our county. I think vision-wise, we go WTF, right? Like, you know, how does that even fit into what we got going on? And so then I imagine driving by there, like we saw 600 to 1.1 million warehouses pop up all over our county over the last, I don't know, 2-3 years. And I think they're monstrosities already. We got one sitting there right down the road from my house that got destroyed by a tornado, and it's still sitting there. And nothing's going on with it. So when we talk about building these buildings out here in the middle of our big ag problem, I just can't even understand it or see it or compartmentalize like that building being out in the middle of that area. So when we talk about land use, I understand why you guys want that land, because where the power lines run and all that, I get it, I understand it. When we talk about land use and how it fits into that area, that's the hard part for me, because I know the majority of the landowners around there, and I could venture to think, I mean, they haven't got up here and spoken, I haven't spoken to them, but I would imagine that most of them don't want that right next to you. Now, if you compare that to building, what could you build out there? 10,000 homes on that same piece of property or something like that if a developer came in? Sure, I would much rather see this than that in that scenario. But when we talk about just this land use right here, for me, I can't see it. So nothing wrong with what you guys are doing. I'm not, it's just hard for me to go, hey, this is what this has always been for us, and it's still what it is now. And then now we're gonna build this out here. And so when we say that, hey, you won't be able to see it because it sits so far back, I don't know how much hunting you've done in your life, but when you get out on these ranches and you can see a deer 2,000 yards away, you know, and I can imagine you're gonna see an 80-foot building a whole lot better than that. So that's just the hard part for me to visualize. And once again, not anything against what you guys are doing or trying to do. It's just when we talk about land use, for me, I go, that's like the worst place possible to build this building for me as land use. It's the best place possible for you because of the lines. And I go, why wouldn't we build that place closer to like 95 corridor where we've built all these other ones? But I understand why you're there. So that's just I'm just speaking out loud. So.
Fully respect that, and we understand that, and that's where, you know, we have tried to, you know, I've tried to go talk to as many of the neighbors as I can, and we still want to continue those conversations, and we still want to try and do our best to address those concerns. The first thing we heard was we want to keep the rural agricultural feel of Orange Avenue. They want to drive down Orange Avenue, and I don't want to feel anything different. So that's the first thing we like, okay, let's attack that. Let's preserve that as restored orange grove or as cattle or buffer or whatever that is, but that's pristine. We hear you loud and clear. Let's preserve that, right? So let's focus on behind that, right? So and then we're like, okay, look at Minute Maid Road. You know, I mean, it has great, you know, I mean, we need to work to preserve that as well too. So we're trying to, on the edges, you know, on the edges, we're trying to preserve what you're saying, right? And we're just asking for, on the inside of there, like you said, if it were to be anything, this is probably, you know, the lowest civic intensive use, right? These things just want to do their own thing. They just want to be isolated and just kind of, you know.
But you can see our mentality when it says 80 foot and 15 million square feet.
The numbers are huge.
Dude,
I get it.
That's like mega huge for us, right?
I get it.
And the other thing, and I think most of the people here can agree, is that rim ditch, where rim ditch and 68 come across each other, that little bridge right there, is probably has the most deadliest accidents in this county are right there at that. And now we're going to put a bunch of, once again, less traffic doing what you would do than over somebody else.
Right.
But once again, it just creates a bad area into a worse area.
Yeah, and when, you know, a lot of that property was fully functioning orange grove, there was a lot of grove traffic going on that isn't out there today, and we understand all that, but again, we're trying.
So let me ask you this, what's the dynamic, so if you build in the middle of the property and you have this extra property left, and we talk about, it could be, and Corey, you got me here, but, so we talk about it could be cattle, it could be groves like you just spoke of. Like, what does that look like from, like, okay, so it's part of the property taxable, is the other part tax exempt, just like if you were, somebody owned 20 acres and you build a house on 5 and the rest is tax, I mean, what does that look like?
Chair Benner, Vice Chair Slay, I think that's where the details would come about with a plan on residential development, but from early on, staff emphasized trying to maintain that rural character from adjacent properties and with a lot of emphasis on the Orange Avenue corridor, and that's reflected in those minimum separation setback standards of 800 feet from Orange Avenue and 200 feet from the east, west, and even north property lines, and that it could be the stormwater ponds extending in that area. It could be the ask and during the PNRD of planting a lot of 1-inch pine trees in hopes that it would reforest and grow and create that line of sight visual buffer. It could be keeping cattle and agricultural activities there, and potentially, in the future, if we ever see citrus trees grow again along Orange Avenue, we have that potential. But if you earmark that type of open space, and this project is committed to a minimum of 35% open space, and sure, some of that could be stormwater, and this special district, as part of the recommendations, you can propose a breadcrumb trail of how much of that 35% open space can be considered stormwater area or earmarked for flat ground, and asking for it to be maintained in productive agricultural space.
But I guess a lot of that we won't know until this thing rolls down the road, right?
This body can formulate, as part of their recommendation, sub-area policies that try to prescribe some of those minimum standards, but the plan on residential development, the site plan, the bubble plan, and the allocation of land uses is where that specific detail would come about. And as Chair Benner explored and staff has talked about early on is, what's the logical progression? Is it likely that the development would begin on the north side of the property and progressively work down? Technology changes over time quite rapidly in this particular space, but it would make sense because that's the closest proximity to Florida Power and Light substation to the northeast. And so what we're seeing and why this location is with a balance of scrutiny, staff is before you with a set of policies in support of it, is because we have roughly 1,000 acres of slated solar generation facilities, a regional substation here, the 500 kV lines running along this property. But we understand it's outside of the urban service boundary. It's an area where we're looking to protect rural character, but it's not a site that has the environmentally sensitive assets that Adams Ranch has, and some of the other pristine areas down off Bluefield, and lands that the county has purchased with public dollars and leverage funds to preserve those areas that are intact, Florida habitat. So we're trying to strike a balance, and if the data centers and technology facilities like this are something that's supported in St. Lucie County, we're trying to identify reasonable approaches to integrate it, track the impacts to public facilities, and try to provide a balance of compatibility, because folks that live nearby, and I think on screen, we probably have maybe 20 residential units on that screen, maybe slightly more, but we've tried to build in some of those safeguards. And the PNRD is where we're looking at specific building placement, height, some of the buffering and separation standards, placement of substations, generators, battery packs. But if there are precautions that are of value that you'd like to carry forward, whether this body formulates a recommendation supportive or denial, that you can still certainly put those emphasis points on the record.
Because I think like one of the things that stands up, we've approved 5 or 6 solar farms here in the last 5 years or so that we have coming on track.
So Vice Chair Slay, 5 or more. So over time, statutes have changed. Local ordinances have aligned with statutes, and that solar generation facilities, as we see rolling out Florida Power and Light, they are permitted by right uses in agricultural districts, to where this body, the BOCC, doesn't see them anymore. We have numerous facilities north of the Florida Turnpike. We have several facilities south of the Turnpike, one adjacent to the Okeechobee County line, some off Carlton, some adjacent to Glades Cutoff, west of Port St. Lucie's Water Farm. And there's several sites that have site plan approval and haven't launched construction yet, and more that are in the planning stages.
Yeah, and so like for me, like, and I'll be real short because I know you want to speak, but you know, like my thought process when approving those solar farms was that, hey, you know, this would hopefully be a net benefit to the locals that live here, right? Is that, hey, we give up land, they produce electricity, it benefits the locals here that get power from FP&L. And it seems like, you know, and I think the overall is that it goes to all of Florida Power and Light's big grid across the state of Florida, but you would hope that, hey, we gave up this land to impact the locals in this area. And then when we go, well, hey, now we're gonna do something like this, and then it probably takes more power than all those solar fields that we put out together to power this thing, plus some. So what really is the net benefit of all this? I'm just going down a rabbit hole, but I'm just saying, like, putting 2 and 2 together.
And certainly, Vice Chair and members of the Commission, you know, ad valorem tax revenue is a contemplation with any targeted industry project, capital investment, employees, any of the educational training programs that could become partnerships with interstate college, and then also kind of that contemplation of how does the state of Florida support the overall global economy, the national economy, and kind of the security and technology race that it appears we're in a global sense. But for the power generation versus balance of cost, we've had the opportunity to meet with Florida Power and Light, and something that their policy team has looked at and rolled out is you know, building in something comparable to what we have in impact fees, where if we have an existing roadway network, or in their case, an existing energy transmission, distribution, production network, and there's new large-scale consumers, power demanders, that need to be able to buy power in bulk, they're projecting out and looking at what is the cost to bring that additional supply online, independent of affecting existing ratepayers, existing distribution, and they're trying to integrate those impact fee or upfront costs over a period of time, so those new demanders are effectively covering that
And I guess that's what
increased
I'm getting
cost.
at, right? Is like, so if we take a bunch of power from here that we have for our people, or per se, and then we shift it to this, does it ultimately drive up the cost for the everyday consumer versus because this project's taking on so much power?
Staff understands that Florida Power and Light, NextEra, is taking precautions and building in assessments to ensure that that's not the case, that they're protecting their existing customers and ratepayers.
Cool. Appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. My name is Kristen Spake. I'm at the Gunster Law Firm on behalf of the applicant, and I appreciate all your thoughtful comments today, and great questions, great feedback, all things that we'll take back with us as we move forward in this process. I just wanted to kind of frame where we are, and I think that Mr. Benton and Chair Benner mentioned that too, is this is very early in the process. This is just the land use change. And so the information that you all are looking for, the more detailed traffic and engineering and that kind of data, I think will be presented to you at a later time to evaluate. And so today we just wanted to ask you, hopefully for your support, for our land use amendment, and we will take your feedback and, you know, recognize what's important to you and try to bring answers to those questions when it's time to pursue the next step, which is the more detailed step. So we'd appreciate a favorable vote tonight on the land use change.
And then conversation, right? Does this come back in front of us, or it goes straight to BOCC and stays at BOCC?
So Chair Benner, Vice Chair Slay, the process for this specific petition, the future land use map amendment, which would update the category for the 1,218 plus or minus acres in our comprehensive plan. There's the public hearing before you this evening. You're serving as the local planning agency. It would be offer recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, unless you take action to continue the matter. The Board of County Commissioners then would hold a legislative public hearing for consideration of transmitting this proposed future land use map amendment to the state. That's the Department of Commerce, corresponding agencies, which include the Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Fish and Wildlife, South Florida Water Management District, the Division of Historic Resources, you name it, folks from different Florida Department of Environmental Protection. They are evaluating it from different lenses based upon state assets, public facilities that they look at, and how it could affect the region. During that review process, they can pose any questions, concerns. The applicant and/or staff would provide responses to that, and then eventually bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners to consider adoption, should the board elect to transmit it.
We won't see this again.
And I apologize if I didn't get to that point. The project, if the board adopts the future land use map amendment before you this evening in one shape or form, authorizing the special district, it prescribes that a planned non-residential development, rezoning, would be the mechanism for them to advance and pursue development. So this body would see that rezoning, the petition for the planned non-residential development and the preliminary development plan. There's prescribed data, information, exhibits in our land development code that this body would evaluate at that time at a public hearing, again with public notice. The applicant stated earlier that they anticipate filing that here soon, and that they have slated a neighborhood meeting at the Sunshine Kitchen later this month at October 29th, I believe 5:30 p.m. To unveil some of the details of that proposed planned non-residential development that would put more detail to what you've evaluated and considered tonight.
We would or would not see this again?
Yes. You would not see this specific petition, but you would
but
see
the development of the
proposal
piece of
on this
property we would see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benton, Mr. Crow, what it does give, not just for us, but it gives the community, the residents, another opportunity to voice opinions, to have transparency in what's going on from staff, this board, and the rest of the county. That's important. That is important, that we hear from the residents of the county on a lot more than what we have the privilege to hear from.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And although they're not held as public hearings, the public has the opportunity to view, listen in, and even join us for our Development Review Committee meetings. That's a collection of county staff, corresponding agencies or departments across the county that are looking at each project that has come before you, and many that don't. They're held Thursday afternoons, 1:30 p.m. And so, the planned non-residential development would work through the DRC before it came before the Planning and Zoning Commission. But yes, that particular petition would be before the Planning and Zoning Commission before advancing to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So just one more question real quick. So we let's say we approve land use tonight, okay? Let's say it goes through the process and this thing doesn't pan out. Does it go back from special district to, does it default back to Ag 5 if not any of this doesn't work out?
Vice Chair Slay, there's been consideration by staff of that type of reversionary clause. Should there be a period of time, 5 years, for instance, in which no development under the lens or the allowances of the special district occurs? I think given some of the variables of power allowances and allocations and construction timelines, that was not presented and is not a clear component, but that's certainly something that the Board of County Commissioners could contemplate. Again, earlier this evening, and I did go back, that PUD north of Angle, west of I-95, that I referenced, the Woods PUD, was 1986. So it was approved before I was born, never came to fruition. That expired, and somebody would have to come back. The BOCC could build in some type of transition back should no developments or entitlements be acted upon via a period of time. But I think it's something that the applicant more or less would need to weigh in on whether they consent to that adjustment. But that would be part of the legislative policy in the comprehensive plan, and that could be considered.
Everybody good for the public comment?
You bet. Bring it on.
All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's any member of the public that would like to address the board, come on down to the mic now. Please state your name and address into the mic for the record. Keep all comments towards the board, and I believe it's 3 minutes on the timer.
Good evening, members of the commission. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Members of staff, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay. My name is Peter Harrison. I live at 23285 Orange Avenue in Fort Pierce. I'm here tonight representing myself. I own a home in an 18-acre homestead, but more importantly, I'm an officer of 4-H Ranch Incorporated. We own 1,402 acres on the south side of Orange Avenue. We're probably the largest contiguous piece of land to this proposed project. The size and scope of this proposed project is just unprecedented. The developer's narrative spoke of the most single largest private investment possibly in St. Lucie County history. The numbers are off the chart. Up to 15 million square feet, possible building area, build out a possible 16% increase in ad valorem taxes. It's just stunning. It's very large. St. Lucie County has entitled thousands of houses, thousands of shopping center square footages, retail, you name it, but they've never entitled a data center like this. I think it warrants particular attention to what is this special district going to be, what is it going to allow, et cetera. I think it's critical that the landowners, possibly the staff and others, go visit a data center. Virginia and Maryland is the epicenter of data center development in this country. Things I've read, that as much as a third of the world internet traffic goes through the Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. They're dealing with these very same issues all the time, traffic, noise, et cetera. I'd like to pick on the traffic study. I think traffic is going to be paramount to whether this project moves forward or not. Commissioner Odell, you identified something that I was trying to figure out myself. I kept looking in the traffic study for the impact from the construction phase. I thought maybe I missed it, but I don't think it's there. They've analyzed this study with just the build out of the buildings, but no construction. The other thing I noticed is there were comments by the DOT staff that why didn't they extend the range of the traffic study all the way to Interstate 95? I think it's absurd that they've only identified Sneed, Header Canal, and Shin Road. It's crazy. Tonight we heard all this other testimony about the Sunnyland problems with traffic. We all know from Carter's store going to 95, it's totally inadequate. And it's disgraceful that they'd present a traffic study without covering those particular areas. More things, when they develop the standards for the special district, there needs to be criteria for a whole area for just noise abatement. I'll try to make this quick. Rural land stewardship. In approximately 2008, Adams Ranch, in conjunction with others, developed a very unique program called Florida Rural Land Stewardship. It's part of the comprehensive plan. It's in place today. The land development rules are written. It's a very unique and comprehensive program of essentially transfer of development rights. That overlay is on the 1,402 acres that we own. I'm not saying we'll ever use it. It can be a sending site or a receiving site. It's a very unique program where the most valuable environmental and agricultural lands can be preserved in return for transferable development rights. That could be impaired severely by this project. I'd like to finish with talking about sprawl. One of my first jobs when I came to work at Adams Ranch in 1990 was to attend the hearings for the comprehensive plan. We all met in the other chambers of the commission down by the tax collector's office. The most fundamental cornerstone of Florida growth management law was the urban service boundary. You simply draw a line and you keep the development inside the line where there's sewer and water and facilities, and you don't let it sprawl into the into the rural areas that causes problems. This is sprawl. It's sprawl, plain and simple. The report they showed, they kept referencing that from the proposed site to the edge of the urban service boundary was 3.5 miles. Well, around Carter's store, they put an enclave in 1990 because there were grove contractors and small industrial users. The true urban service boundary is by Brocksmith Road, and that's more like 6 miles. So that's all I have to say. Any other questions I can answer for you all? If not, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Charles Pascal, 21600 Orange Avenue. I have the property on the east side, on the north side of Orange Avenue. Several of my neighbors are not here. We all received a letter about this meeting last week, and then received a letter between Friday and Monday, of a meeting coming up with the design firm. Most of my neighbors were confused, thinking that was the meeting we needed to attend to, not this meeting. Coincidence? I don't know. Leave it at that. A couple things. Power. Let's talk about power. Transmission lines are not normally tapped into. When I bought that piece of property, I did about 3 months research on power. Those transmission lines go to Georgia. Our power from our nuclear plant does not even service Fort Pierce. That power goes north. So talking about power and so on, you really got to get with FP&L. As far as Mr. James told me, those lines are not to be tapped into. Those are transmission lines, not distribution lines. Any power would come off of Orange Avenue, and if you looked, Orange Avenue does have a big set of power lines, not like transmission. Secondly, solar. Let's talk about solar and the FP&L. Got the call this week. Solar's done. 50% or more in completion will be finished. Anything under 50% from FP&L is axed. It's just like when Canker came through. Happened to be there. County commissioner, ag commissioner came in and said, "Boys, money's dried up. It's done. There's no more Canker money. There's no more solar money." And solar does not produce the energy required or needed to pay for itself, such that as wind turbines. So with that in mind, it's just hard to fathom that we're going to build another building and have this power need, but is it really coming from transmission lines? Is it coming from solar? When solar's done, transmission lines don't get tapped into. I think it's something that needs to be definitely seen. The next thing I want to talk about is the water. Water is a huge, huge implication. I believe our county has worked very hard to clean up our estuaries. That canal leads straight to it, and any wastewater is going straight there. Follow the canals. I mean, it's a major issue in my opinion. 450 square foot of building, 450 acres of building, 300 acres of pavement, 700 acres of rainfall. You can do the math, figure it. It's going somewhere. And if you cover the ground, it's not going in the ground. And if you inject it into our our aqua system, then you're just polluting our aqua system. There's no filtration. So where is it going to go? Retainage? I don't know. Last but not least, I am impressed with you gentlemen. Some things that were said that I truly appreciate: culture, community. I believe St. Lucie County is built on quite a few things. I look upon this and it's like We have staples. We were put on the map. We've got Dale's Moon Swiners. We had the tiki. We have the river. We have families who spread out and are just encompass this area, and that's what's made St. Lucie County. We have individuals who serve. We have individuals who have came up from nothing, who have moved here and made themselves and now sit up on them chairs. We have individuals who are teachers, business owners, and done this. This is not a business coming to you saying, we want to build this. This is all speculation. We're going to get someone to move in. We're going to get someone to build this. We're going to rent these out. Let me back up on this property. The 3 gentlemen that owned it, one lived in Martin County half-time. When canker hit it, money dried up, they put it up for sale. It was up for sale for a long time. The new 3 individuals that bought it are not even an investment firm, but yet analysts from Citibank and Chase Bank and some others. It's a flip. This property is a flip. That's what it is. And you know, the very first thing that I heard of, it was going to be a planned community. Well, then that kind of got shot down or whatever, however that went. And now we're into a data center, which is a data mine, okay? And then I come this evening, and it's totally new paperwork talking about a technology park. So what is it? Is it a data center? Is it a data technology park? Is it research and development? My last recollection was we have a research and development park on Kings Highway. The county deemed that our research and development park. Now we're going to do it in the middle of the country? Sorry for getting a little fired up, you know. I live next to this thing. 80-foot buildings, man, you can say what you want. 200 feet's nothing on an 80-foot building, okay? 80-foot building is a 6-story hotel, 13 feet per floor, 6-story building. This does not belong on this property. This area does not need this. If we can wait it out, we're gonna have farmers come back. We're gonna have vegetable producers coming. There's no land left south of us. They are coming. IMG, you probably know, as Happy Foods, tried to build a multi-story building in the middle of what we call Orange Avenue's Growers Association. It was shot down. And now we're going to allow an 80-foot building, 200 foot from Orange Avenue? It doesn't make sense. What makes sense is, as this commission said, put the building near 95. Put the building in the city. Put it somewhere other than St. Lucie County. Keep St. Lucie County for St. Lucie County residents. These people are not county residents, and it's not a business coming to you saying, we're going to bring these jobs. It is speculation. Last but not least, Orange Avenue and Rock Road. I lease the pasture directly west of that building. Still have debris in my pasture. I put it into 4 piles. Been out there 4 times with people to come pick it up. Not yet has anybody done it. Again, not your faults, but this is from people out of our county. This is people from out of town. Last but not least, look at the numbers. I'm glad you've seen the numbers. The first study I read on the traffic report was more than an Ag 5 planned unit development. Secondly, $13.2 billion, where is that coming from? Who knows what that's going to bring? And a data center, how does that bring money? How does that bring money in other than taxes? You know, is the county making, no. Again, sorry about getting fired up. Lastly, and again, I mean no offense by this, but if you read this plan, this is like a teenager writing their own permission slip to the party. Yeah, but it fits, it's Ag 5, but we're gonna put a building, we're gonna do buffers. Dude, there's no buffers. You know what happens. And if it passes, what happens when they can't bring in the Google data center? Now we're gonna build buildings and warehouses. There goes our traffic. You're opening the door in this area for just like this commission's already brought up, Publix, communities. I believe in development. We're going to grow. Our kids cannot afford to live here. I agree. So let's do it responsibly. The people who live in town, houses at 200. People who move further west, 300. That's how it goes. But we don't have that stepping stone. So responsible development is what's needed. I feel confident in what I've seen here tonight and other aspects. And I apologize for getting fired up, man. I don't know what else to say. Other than this, you can end it right here. Motion denied.
Thank you. All right, if we got any other members of the public, come on down.
Cynthia Adams, 25765 Orange Avenue, otherwise known as Adams Ranch. I've lived there for probably 40 some odd years. If you look at that picture over there on the wall, that is the last ag area we have left in St. Lucie County. Please don't destroy it. It's beautiful. You don't know how many times people come out there to our ranch to experience the outdoors, and they say, what a beautiful ride out here, seeing this ag area all left open space like this. I've already mentioned the traffic, and that is a big concern. Just what FP&L and Moss that are doing all the solar projects out there, the traffic that they have added to Orange Avenue has been mind-blowing. The big, huge trucks. I've been behind traffic where I am probably the 15th car heading east in that little 2-lane road that you can't pass anybody anymore. And I'm very concerned about the noise. They have yet to tell you how many generators a facility of this size uses. From what I've heard, some facilities use over 126 diesel generators. We have no buildings to buffer noise. In fact, I hear the Okeechobee Music Festival all the way over on 441 with the wind is in the right direction. There's somebody else on Minute Maid Road that occasionally has a music festival. And if the wind is out of the north, I hear the boom, boom, boom till 2 o'clock in the morning. Net Zero Insights has on their website, persistent land-based noise pollution affects both humans and wildlife. Data centers disrupts animal communications, alters natural behavior, and forces wildlife to change migration patterns. Humans that are exposed have sleep disturbance, headaches, hearing loss, elevated stress, hormone levels, hypertension, anxiety, and even cardiovascular risks. Data centers also contain a wide variety of metals and pollutants that come from the electronic equipment itself, from supporting infrastructure like batteries, cooling systems, and backup generators. Improper handling and disposal of equipment, known as e-waste, can then, if it's not handled correctly, can release toxic substances into the environment, contaminating air, soil, and water. Some of these substances are cadmium, if I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, lead, and mercury. The project may be away from the coast in hurricanes, but most of the hurricanes we've experienced lately have come from the west coast and right by through Adams Ranch and in north of Indian River County. What we do have out west of town are tornadoes. And if a tornado were to hit a building like this, yeah, it would put Fort Pierce on the map. It would be the biggest environmental disaster this state probably has ever seen, considering all the equipment that's in there. And the fires. I mean, I've already been told that my homeowner's insurance is higher because of how far I am from the fire station, which is all the way on Shin. And it's not getting any easier for those fire trucks to get to my house, but considering all the construction that you all have permitted out there. And Mr. Lowndes, yes, when the rock pit was before being petitioned on Orange Avenue on this same piece of property, We had a hurricane that year, and 21 inches of rain fell out there west of that canal. I would think it would be very hard to contain 21 inches of rain and a tornado if that were to happen. I hope you consider everything I've had to say and consider leaving St. Lucie County ag area the way it looks right now and for generations to come. And hopefully, yes, ag and farming will come back. They will move up here. The nurseries have all moved up here because there wasn't any more room for them down there. St. Lucie County was built on agriculture. Please don't forget that.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public would like to address the board?
Yeah, my name's Joe Hale, and I have property on the other side of Minute Maid from this project. And I like the way y'all are going through this.
Can you state your address real quick?
398 Southeast Naranja, Port St. Lucie. We have a nightmare out there because apparently they didn't pay attention to the traffic situation when that solar deal going on back there with the 200 dump trucks a day going down Minute Maid Road. Just ripped it up. You can't hardly get down the road anymore. But that amount of traffic, just what they're doing back there, you can imagine what they do when they start there. It's just going to be, you won't be able to get down the road. It's just terrible. But the other thing is, I don't know about the lighting. The lighting on the substation they built coming across the canal off the solar farm, no shades on them. It's like daylight out there. And need to see if they can do something with that. But if it's going to be all lit up like that, it's going to be a nightmare out there. Just want to be able to go out and look at the stars at night. Just no sense in it. But that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public? Come on down.
How are you? I'm Justin Akerley. I address 1865 South Brocksmith Road. I'm here on behalf of St. Lucie Farm Preserve, which is the 2651 Minute Maid Road, the same property that Mr. Hale was just speaking on. I just have a few points to make regarding this. I didn't get a chance to go to the informal meeting they had at the end of the road the other day, so I'm just going on what I've heard. The first thing about the ag use being retained, my question would be on that, for you guys' consideration, is are they retaining it to claim the right to farm, to be able to claim the special protections and the special exemptions that is afforded to agriculture for things pertaining to future use? Second thing, I mean, those are things that, pertain especially to farms, but a lot of people in the county, like people build barns and they say they're gonna have a wedding and now they're a farm and they want to be, claim ag tourism and things like that. The second thing is, at that meeting, I believe, and I could have misunderstood, that we were told the property would revert back to ag already, and I know Mr. Benton said that was just talked about, nothing guaranteed, but I think if something happened and it does go through, I mean, that would be a kind of common sense thing to do, so we don't, because I feel like, it's opening Pandora's box with, like everybody's talking about, letting this in. If it doesn't go through, it doesn't revert back. There's a lot of possibilities. But I mean, make no mistake, I'm sure this property is, if this goes through, it's a cash cow for the county. They're going to be the biggest probably taxpayer, probably the biggest power purchaser, so I'm sure there's some reasons why the county might want to bring it here. And as a result, talking about Mr. Slade was talking about the solar farms and things like that, and Joe touched on it a little bit, but we are victims, severe victims of the solar fields they're all on the north side of Minute Maid, and our road is one of the only access roads, and we've been fighting FPL, not trying to, they've been fighting us, I should say, tooth and nail. The road used to be maintained well by the property owners when the citrus was going on, and now there's at a minimum 300 to 500 cars from Moss, like Ms. Adams was talking about, Moss and CW, the contractors going down the road, and there are a couple hundred dump trucks a day. They are tearing the hell out of the road, and then they don't want to maintain it. They've just recently, made an agreement that they basically coerced the property owners into signing, kind of like, hey, if you don't sign this, then you guys can take care of the road how you want. But they are doing 98% of the traffic we have. By comparison, we're the ones that have some ag tourism events out there. Our biggest event is the music festival, and we probably have 300 to 500 cars for that weekend. So, and these guys are putting down like 500 cars a day. So, talking to the construction side of things, 1,600 people or whatever the figure was a day, I mean, that's just unfathomable. And we were told that the road would be, that they were open to paving the road and doing the bridge, that they also want to do that in phases. I think if it does go through, if there's language that can be added, that it's done first, because the same thing is the road can't handle the traffic now, and if we got another, even if it's only another 500 cars a day and construction trucks and stuff, it just, we have actually lost revenue from venue rentals and things like that people come out to the road and they're like, it's not passable. And we're like, well, if you book with us, we'll grade it. So we come out of pocket over this. So it's just, it's something that needs to be some language added in there, whether it's taken care of beforehand, if at all possible. Only other couple points I had was like the water issue. I keep saying a fraction of the water used. I do believe that, but a fraction of what? Is it like 10% of they usually use 2 million gallons or 1 billion gallons? Same thing. We need some quantified stuff, and maybe they'll have more on that in the future. And I think that's about all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public? Staff needs to get on.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tammy Harrison. I live at 24551 Orange Avenue, Fort Pierce. No, I was not born here, but my husband's family has lived here almost 100 years. I'm very curious as to when all these meetings from the proposals all happen. There are a few of us out there that never heard of or were invited to any of these meetings or were contacted. I happened to hear from a neighbor the other day on Saturday that this was going on. I also have a place up in Fairfax County, Virginia, where a lot of these data centers are, and they are not fully occupied. So many of them were built on speculation, the amount of noise and light pollution that is produced out of them, and it's just not something. We need to keep Florida in this area the way it was, if we can. Yes, I understand we need the tax base, but we need to be able to provide jobs that are going to keep our people here. Many of these jobs that are coming into these data centers are also very transitional. So I know there's a lot more information to go and a lot more meetings to happen. I just urge that the residents in that area that are directly affected are contacted. I live probably less than a mile from Minute Maid Road. So therefore, I feel I should have also been notified by the proponents. So thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you do the right thing.
All right, anybody else in the public? If we got a couple of you, if you guys want to queue up on the side, you can do that too.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on this item. I'm Wes McCurry with the Economic Development Council of St. Lucie County. The EDC is the entity that works closely with the county on economic development, job creation, promoting job creation, capital investment, and higher wages within the community to elevate our local economy. And definitely a lot of issues have been talked about tonight, a lot of serious issues that you're giving serious consideration to. This is an early step in the process. Recognize that this application sets the stage for opportunities for economic development, to allow for that capital investment to occur, to allow for that job creation to occur, that additional tax base to be realized, and all the benefits that can come with that. There's a lot more to go, a lot more to understand, and we would respectfully ask that you allow the process to continue so that you can get that additional information and we can analyze these opportunities as it moves forward. There are 2 more hearings on this application, I believe, at the county commission level, and then the PNRD will be submitted, which will bring forward additional information, and hopefully that information will answer a lot of those questions that are out there. But just want to say that this is early in the process, a lot of serious questions being asked, a lot of answers to be provided, but this just sets the stage for some opportunities, some significant opportunities to add to the local economy, and want to see that process get some attention and hopefully get your support, recognizing that there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, a question for this gentleman.
Yep.
You keep mentioning the sets the stage. Do you realize that, and they're talking about an early stage here, if we were to approve, and let's say that the BOCC approves a future land use map amendment, and it's all speculative, okay, and they build these monster buildings, and it never comes to fruition, do you realize that now, and I'm going to use your own words, will set the stage for justification of warehouses outside of the USB? And to me, that constitutes urban sprawl. Thank you.
It's early in the process. I think the staff has done a great job of creating some guardrails with the land use. There's opportunities to look at that as it moves forward. And there's still a state review to go. So I'm not here to kind of say, yes, this is something that we should do. I'm just here to say it's an opportunity that needs careful attention, and we appreciate your attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have anybody else in the public? Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for discussion and/or a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lowndes.
See this as just 3 choices. We can either pass it and send it to the Board of County Commissioners, we can deny it, or we can delay, ask for a recess and delay until staff and the applicant answer our traffic questions, our water questions, and some of the other things. I get mixed emotions on big projects like this. I'd like to see the income, I'd like to see the development. I don't, or not much of the development, but the revenue that it would bring. But that's a selfish attitude for what it's going to actually cost the county in services and other expenses to develop this thing. Again, I get mixed emotions, kind of like watching your mother-in-law go over the cliff in your new Mercedes. You know, you don't know where to cry or clap.
I would say that we got to be careful in what we're asking, because this is just the grant. Again, we're just recommending, we're not passing it, and it's saying that they could propose this as a special district. A lot of the traffic and water questions are gonna come when the PNRD comes.
That's correct.
I don't know if to continue based on that isn't backed by what we're to judge this proposal by, because this is a land use change, it's not a PNRD.
Correct.
That all comes at the PNRD, so you're holding the applicant to a higher standard than what the actual item in front of us is.
What the request is.
So to continue on that, I don't think would be solid ground to do that, knowing that this just says that this property is either going to stay ag, or somebody can propose a PNRD within whatever restrictions we have. Well, if you guys have your packets pulled up on like page, it's like 1787 is where it starts, is where staff has itemized restrictions for this special use district. So if we motion to approve, or like say you motion to approve and add restrictions to somebody that wants to come in next with the PNRD in this special use district on this specific parcel, like no generators used for power, it has to be hooked up to the grid, Any short-term, or like the battery, if they use battery backups, they have to be spaced out. Like something like that, or if there's lighting, it's got to be all downcast to protect the night sky. Stuff like that's the type of restrictions.
Sure, but it also has a lot of allowances in here.
True.
That nobody, has anybody ever seen a 500 square foot building?
Now what now?
Have you ever seen one?
How big is the Amazon one they did on Midway? Isn't it like 2 million?
It's like a million
Like
square
a million?
feet.
Yeah.
So that goes back
There's
to
a
the
lot
point.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
allowances in here as well.
I know,
that go along
so-
with this. It'd be nice, in my mind, like, when I look at it, like, you could have them all kind of set up running concurrent, so you can see the PNRD and the site plan with it. So there is no kind of, boogeyman in the text that we don't know about, if you will.
Yeah. Like at least when we had the special district for P1, we've kind of seen their preliminary
Well,
site
here,
plan.
let's
So we kind of knew when we were doing the special district, we knew, their final, when they came in, looked almost, it was 90% there anyways.
So here's my thought process, right? It's land use, right? And when we talk about land use and where it's at, it doesn't fit the surrounding area. Plain and simple. You can talk about traffic studies, you can talk about all the other crap you want to, but does it fit the area that it's going into? No, it does not. And so that's when we talk about land use, that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Benton, can you pull up the uses allowed under a special district?
Okay.
Let's take a quick look at them to see what could happen here if this were to come to approval. So in other words, if this was to not come to fruition, I see where you've got a lot of ag stuff, but then you've got computer processing, you've got computer facilities, you've got data center, you've got cooling towers, telecommunication towers, solar generation, solar farms, warehousing. Now that would justify warehouses to be outside of the USB. Again, you could even put a power plant here according to this. So it looks like special district just does not fit in this area.
What type of, I don't see where only type of warehousing would be to support data center facilities.
Well, it says warehousing, light industrial. Look at item K.
Directly supporting that. In other words, they basically put everything in there specific to a data center, other than maybe telecommunication towers, like a cell phone tower. But a lot of that is, and the stuff that was added is pretty specific to a data center, not industrial warehouse and shipping. And it's not like you're going to put in, you can't convert that to Amazon package. Now, if Amazon ran data centers out of there, yes, but this doesn't say they could run shipping and package handling out of there.
All right, the first stage is 5 million square feet. So you have a building with 500 square feet, all right? Now, you can't find a tenant. Then what does it become?
A vacant building that gets torn down.
Becomes a warehouse.
Commissioners,
Mr.
if
Dell,
I-
I'd bet good money they already have their tenant and they're waiting in line for it.
Why the PNRD's coming. Yes.
If I may be recognized, I just wanted to let you know that the intent is for those uses to be secondary to a data center, and to the extent that's not clear, the applicant's perfectly willing to make it more clear. They want a data center with these conditional and associated uses, or ag, and that's what their intent is in that ordinance.
Would they be seeking property tax relief by using part of the property as ag? Like a residential person, like when I had chickens, on 5 acres in Palm City, we use that to save on our property taxes. Would the ag, using the open space for ag keeps the rural character, but at the same time, is it to save on property taxes too?
I understand your question, and I think the applicant can answer that, but I know that essentially the intent is not to try to preserve ag when they're doing a commercial use. And so I can't say immediately when they own the property, they're going to get rid of the ag, because it'll take some time to get the project moving. But ultimately, and if you want to respond to that more clearly, no.
Yeah, great question, and understand that is not the purpose of leaving the ag uses as the permitted uses under the special district. We're not trying to circumvent the assessment process through the property tax assessing and everything. So the portion of the site that is developed as data center and as commercial will be assessed as such, right? That will generate the tax revenue that will come to the county. If there's a portion of the site that's not developed yet, those will be platted as lots. And so that may have ag exemption, a portion of it, but only the portion that's undeveloped at the time. So definitely the part that is developed as it's fully developed, that portion will be assessed accordingly. So,
Mr. Chair, a question for this gentleman. Again, I'd like a direct answer to this. If you cannot find a tenant, what will the first phase become after it's completed? The 5,000
if we
square
can't
feet.
find a tenant, it's going to remain ag.
Remain just an empty building?
It'll just stay ag as it is today. There will be not speculative development. There will be a user, there will be a tenant, and the buildings will not be built unless there is a tenant there. So a little bit about the process. So that tenant will need to sign a 20-year power commitment to purchase that power from Florida Power, 20 years. So all that has to fall into place before the first building is built. So that commitment and contractual to power has to happen before any building goes up. So there's a lot of things that have to happen. And in the meantime, it'll stay ag. And if it doesn't happen, it'll stay ag. The purpose of this was not to circumvent, we'll show you a data center and then we'll do a warehouse distribution facility behind it. That's not what we're trying to do. So we can clarify and work with staff to make those arrangements, but that is not the purpose of what we were showing. So the portion of the property that is unused would remain ag, and the portion of and until such time it starts the development, that commitment to the power, the contractual right to the power is in place, it will remain ag.
Mr. Odell, I'd bet good money and a breakfast that they've already got their customer and they've already got it made up. They're waiting on us.
I wouldn't want to take up that bet.
I disagree. I think this is all speculation.
Nope. It's a done deal.
Well, regardless, we got to make a choice. And so for me, when it comes to this, we talk about land use, it doesn't fit the area for me, so I'm against it. So if I pass a motion and say, hey, I'm a no, is that good for you? Need a second? What we know?
I'm second.
So you got a motion from Bo to deny. We have a second.
And based on the fact that it just doesn't fit the area. And so is there a better place in St. Lucie County to build this? I would think so.
Yeah, we need better answers to the questions that
Yes.
have been asked too. I think that it needs to be continued. I can't vote for it unless there's better data.
So do you want to continue, or do you want to second his motion to deny?
I think we already have a motion to deny on the floor with a second.
If y'all,
Who
yep,
seconded?
Yeah, we have to honor that.
Who's second? Because he said.
I'll second.
Okay. So, Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Commissioner Lowndes,
No to deny.
Yes to deny.
Huh?
Yes to deny.
No, I don't want to deny.
Okay. All right.
Neese,
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Odell,
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Gettler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Slay,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Benner.
No.
Denied.
4-2.
So recommendation is to deny, but it still goes to all the other stuff as well. Thank you for the presentation and hearing our concerns and the residents' concerns as well. Next up. Thank you, guys. Land Development Code.
Good evening, Chair Benner, members of the commission. Corey Benton, again, Planning and Zoning Manager, and collaborating, not here this evening, was the interim county attorney, Catherine Barbieri, who was a lead in facilitating this county-initiated Land Development Code text amendment to supplemental standards found in Section 7/10/30, titled Reasonable Accommodation Procedures. Earlier this year, Florida statutes were updated based upon past legislation that guides local communities to update and integrate particular details within our reasonable accommodation procedures pertaining to certified recovery residences. So again, county-initiated amendment. This proposal in the public hearing was duly noticed in our local newspaper on October 3rd. Just for background, the majority of the county's land development code as we see it today was adopted in 1990. We had subsequent updates to our reasonable accommodation. The ordinance was adopted in 2013, integrating those procedures within our land development code. And then in December of 2022, the board approved ordinance 22-033, amending the appeals related to reasonable accommodations, shifting it from an appeal to the Board of County Commissioners to directly to the Circuit Court. So what do the reasonable accommodation procedures provide? These guidelines implement the policy of St. Lucie County for processing reasonable accommodation requests to our ordinances, rules, policies, and procedures for persons with disabilities as provided under the Federal Fair Housing Amendments Act, or FHA, and the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA. For purposes of this section, a disabled individual or person is an individual that qualifies as disabled and/or handicapped under FHA or ADA. So the amendment overview, the proposed ordinance before you would clarify and refine procedures for reviewing and approving requests for reasonable accommodations, specifically incorporating certified recovery residences as defined in Florida statute and required by those statutes. Any licensed or certified residential provider, including certified recovery residences, must obtain county approval through a reasonable accommodation application. And where it's not explicitly addressed elsewhere in our land development code, anything similar or an alignment would fall under these procedures. The county must acknowledge receipt with any requests and applications within 30 days, identifying to the applicant whether additional information is needed. And if we do request additional information, it provides the applicant 30 days to respond. We must confirm in writing whether an application has been complete for processing or abandoned. And so what we often consider for reasonable accommodations is if someone has identified a residential structure that would be occupied by folks that qualify under ADA, or even if somebody has a business, a property in which strict interpretation of our code would prevent them from their needs, and so they can request a reasonable accommodation, whether that's a setback for a wheelchair ramp into a mobile home or something comparable to that. Criteria identified in our land development code and embraced with this amendment: the applicant must prove eligibility under those provisions and acts by showing a disability or handicap, impairment, limiting major life activities, that the accommodation is reasonable and necessary to afford equal housing opportunity or similar. Part of this amendment is the identification that under the line of what staff is requesting, other information, we've provided a provision that which may include details of any proposed site improvements, parking needs, transportation protocols, utility facilities, etc., as necessary. So if we had a site that was proposed for reasonable accommodation and they were converting it to occupy 6 individuals, 12 individuals, staff has the latitude to request that type of information to consider how transition of the property or impacts might occur. Based upon consistency with the county's land development code and comprehensive plan and the need to align with Florida statutes, staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Benton. Nice presentation. This is a public hearing, so we'll open it up to the public. Seeing nobody from the public, we will close public hearing, bring it back to the board for discussion, questions, or a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Adele.
Motion to approve as stated.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Adele, second by Mr. Lowndes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair
more.
Benner, members of the commission, the next item up on the docket, 9J, is also a county-initiated land development code text amendment applying to sections 60003, 6004, and 6005, relating to vegetation removal permits and exemptions, in collaboration between planning and development staff, the county attorney's office, as well as our environmental resources department and public works teams, as it relates to impacts to vegetation, existing trees within established county rights of way, lands to be dedicated in alignment with our county thoroughfare protection plan, or those stormwater management rights of way in which landscaping or trees would be removed. So this evening's public hearing was duly noticed in the local newspaper. To facilitate this hearing, again, we've identified that the majority of our land development codes were adopted in 1990. Additional elements of our comprehensive plan balance the needs for transportation facilities, as we often talk about, infrastructure demands, planning for the future, incorporating the community's needs today and in the future, as well as ensuring that natural resources are protected. We're trying to balance that net public benefit of infrastructure and the natural environment. So what this proposed ordinance does is it looks to refine and update those provisions pertaining to improvements of certain essential infrastructure without requirements of tree mitigation to balance and minimize threats, degradation to health, safety, and welfare of our county citizens. So what it specifically does is it clarifies vegetation removal permits versus vegetation removal exemptions, what's required when, providing for tree mitigation exemptions for construction of certain non-site related improvements, road construction within existing county rights of way, water control districts, system drainage corridors, and then residential properties that otherwise meet provisions of Florida statutes. And that's a guideline at the state level where if you had a certified arborist indicating that a tree is dead or a health hazard or threat to public safety, it can be removed under those provisions of Florida statute. It also provides for updates of obsolete department names and titles. So here's a snapshot of some of those text changes. Again, clarifying when and where applications are required. Evaluation by the Environmental Resources Department, so no substantive changes there. Here, specific guidelines incorporating water control district management activities. Again, if the North St. Lucie River Water Control District, South Florida Water Management District, Fort Pierce Farms, you name it, has a canal. Over time, sable palms have grown up, some pines, oak trees that are preventing their management and flow of storm water, the capacity of that canal, their need to come scrape. You know, I'll point to Virginia Avenue along our 6-lane roadway. We have a substantial canal. Occasionally it's regraded, maintained. If we had some of those trees there that were impeding that public function, they would have the ability to remove it without seeking mitigation or replanting trees elsewhere. Because again, they could end up growing up and causing disruption to that system. Additionally, when we talk about compliance with Florida statutes, and if somebody is receiving a certified arborist opinion that a tree poses an unacceptable risk to persons or property, there's some provisions to avoid tree mitigation. Then here under 60004, 2 new sections, C, and I'll point to B, in that we currently have in our adopted provisions where any native vegetation and existing utility easements, drainage easements, stormwater management facilities, or right-of-way, when such work is done by or under the control of the operating unit, local, state, federal government, such as if the county is improving a roadway or widening Midway Road, 25th Street, Edwards Road, if we are facilitating that project, hiring the contractor or performing our work ourselves, today we're exempt from tree mitigation for those public improvements for road infrastructure. Now, as we saw with Midway Road, when we know trees were being removed, what did the county do? We wanted to ensure that we maintain that character of that corridor. We installed oak trees, we installed sable palms in and around the road infrastructure in a manner that doesn't disrupt utilities, functional flow of traffic, but to enhance that corridor, provide character. And then those storm water ponds adjacent that are supporting runoff from Midway Road is a great example. We provided landscaping. We didn't want it to be a bare roadway corridor. But what this extends to in items C or D is if somebody is required under site plan approval, as we talked about earlier, possibly with FFA improvements, that roadway, if we had an industrial site that was making improvements off Jenkins Road or Midway Road, extending a roadway as part of that prescribed development plan, and it's a public asset, it's a public road, and they're facilitating the improvements, if we're not subjecting our own county roadway improvements to tree mitigation, we're looking to provide some exemptions and preclusions from that actor working on behalf of those county roadway and facility improvements to not be subject to tree mitigation. Now again, as part of the plan unit development or a PNRD, I'll point to Midway Road or other examples where staff and the county is looking for street trees and shade trees along roadways, sidewalks. You know, we all often look back to 30 years ago when Indro Road had a nice tree canopy and what that embellishment provided. That we're certainly still advocating for natural resource enhancement to run parallel and in concert with infrastructure, but in a manner that does not adversely affect our ability to maintain it. So in sum, based upon consistency with the county's land development code and comprehensive plan, staff is recommending that this body forward a recommendation of approval. And just for reference, some example projects. Again, Midway Road I referenced multiple times. Again, we reincorporated trees, but we were not specifically subject to inch-by-inch tree mitigation. We have a light industrial development along Kings Highway that's currently under active review for Old Dominion Freightliner, where they would be improving county roadways in county right-of-way, dedicating that asset to the community in which trees would be impacted. That corridor, that area requires street trees, but with this ordinance, there would not be a requirement for inch-by-inch mitigation. And then swinging up to North County, this is off of Indro Road, extension of Covell Road South. It's an entry to Buc-ee's, in which, again, trees would be impacted, but this would be a dedicated county facility. And of course, we're advocating and seeking offsets to those impacts for embellishments, landscaping, shrubs, trees, but not an inch-by-inch mitigation based upon the terms of the amendment before you this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present it.
Awesome. This is a public hearing. We'll open it up to the public. Seeing no one, we will close public comment and come back to the board for the motion.
This has nothing to do with agriculture, Mr. Benton.
Commissioner Lowndes, no, sir. Again, if
all-
somebody was extending a roadway, Shin Sneed
Yeah.
out there, and there was some trees in the way of that public
This
roadway,
deals basically with right-of-ways and such have you?
that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Out in infrastructure.
We have a motion.
So move.
Motion to approve by Mr. Lowndes, second by Mr. Slay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, and why did you abstain? You gotta say why.
Yeah, we have a contractor agreement with the county regarding this ordinance right now, so just have
Okay.
abundance of caution.
You good?
Thank you. You got it, unfortunately. You gotta do another form. Oh, you did another form already? Yeah. Oh, thank you.
All right. Any workshops or other business?
Not this evening, Chair.
No. All right. We have a motion to adjourn?
So do.
All right. So, you said